with the mic on. Call to order. Cabrillo Unified School District Governing Board meeting, March 14, 2024. Roll call, please, Rosie.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette is not here yet. Mary Beth not here yet. And, oh, Mary Beth, you're here. And Sophia.
Here.
Catalina?
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Catalina, would you please lead us in the pledge? Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Before you do that, we do want, staff does a request on the certificated personnel report that we amend and remove item number 3 from the consent action approval of the certificated personnel report regarding the certificated non-reelection.
Thank you.
I move to approve it as amended.
I'll second.
And staff will also ask, not about consent, but about the last item in general business. Staff would like you to remove, that would be 5I, adoption of resolution, release of certificated administrator.
I'll make a motion to approve with that second amendment as well.
A second.
Sorry, who seconded that, Kim? Oh, Mary Beth, thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. It passes 4 plus 1.
Our public comments agenda item, hearings, and other agenda items are an opportunity for members of the public to provide comments to the board during our meeting. We typically have a full agenda of board business, so as is typical, we allow 3 minutes per person, up to 20 minutes in total for speakers, with the opportunity to extend at the discretion of the board president and consent of the board. I'd like to ask members of the public who share the same viewpoint, please select a few individuals to address the board on behalf of that viewpoint so we can conduct our business in an effective and efficient manner. Typically, the board cannot respond to comments other than referring matters to staff for follow-up. Please also feel free to follow up with Dr. McFetridge directly sometime after the meeting if you would like to share or receive further information. Also, to further streamline meetings, we only accept requests to address the board prior to the agenda topic, with the option for speakers to pass on their request after the presentation, if their comment has thus been sufficiently addressed. I'm hoping we, the board, our superintendent, and all staff members presenting do our part to streamline meetings, being clear and concise. At the end of today's meeting, when we're discussing upcoming events, I will ask for suggested agenda items from the board and ask when the board is available for future listening sessions. The first speaker will be Stacy. Is it McCarthy or McCarthy? McCarthy, thank you.
There we go. Yes. Hi, my name is Stacy McCarthy. I'm here as an incoming parent, hopefully in the fall. My family moved here in 2020 when my son was not quite 1 year old, with the hopes of enrolling here. We live here in the Hatch neighborhood, and we're looking forward to hopefully being members of the Spanish immersion community. It's one of the reasons that we moved to Half Moon Bay and particularly to our neighborhood here. We understand that one of the things that potentially could happen in the next year is that the immersion program could be cut in half for a kindergarten class. One of the reasons, well, there are many reasons why we're excited about the immersion program, but a personal story, we missed junior kindergarten, or TK, by 3 weeks. My son was too young. And so we had to make a decision to enroll him elsewhere. And it's going to be hard to pull him out, to move him here. But we're committed to that. We're committed to this district. We're committed to these schools. And we want to see a thriving community. We are very interested in the opportunity to better integrate with our Latino community members. We feel them a vibrant part of Half Moon Bay, and look very, very much forward to the opportunity of integrating our families in an easier way. It's interesting at my age seeing how much community gets built around our kids. And so coming together in school in that way, we're looking forward to that. Building a lifelong community here and a supportive effort to drive a thriving school district. We know that you have been faced with a lot of difficult decisions in the last few years. It's been a hard row to hoe, and we appreciate that. But we ask that you look at this immersion program as something that's integral to what makes Cabrillo Unified School District special, and that you will do everything with us that we hope to be able to do to continue to have 2 classes. As I understand it, often families will move for whatever reasons, and as the community continues through the school program, if we don't have 2, it's very likely that the program will end at some unfortunate time. And we would hate to see that happen. We think it's vital for our little town, for our community, and all that we could be doing together. I'm a member of a board of an interesting entity here that's going to help our farm workers to become farmers in their own rights. And this is just extending us as into members of the community. Having Spanish as a language is a lifelong skill. And I want to see our kids learning language together, side by side. And so I hope that you will consider and do everything that you possibly can to keep us with two classes as we enter the fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Joyce Hodge.
Hello, my name is Joyce Hodge. I am the current Spanish immersion coordinator for the school district. I was a teacher for many years. I taught kindergarten, 2nd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade. So I was a teacher for many years. I was asked to do this job because I love this program so much and I knew so much about what it took to be an immersion teacher and to have an immersion program in the district. The program has grown from one kindergarten class to many, many different classes in all of the grades through elementary, Cunha, and the high school. Currently, the program goes all the way through high school. I passed the pathway out to you. I don't know if you have it. I'm not going to go into details because that would take me longer than 3 minutes. But if you look at the pathway, you'll see how far we have gone, how hard we have worked to make this program a cohesive program that starts in kindergarten and goes all the way through 12th grade. So I am so happy to present this to you because I want you to see the work that we have done. And I also want you to know that last year, 33 of our students received the seal of biliteracy on their diploma at the high school, and that is a huge accomplishment. When the students walk into the kindergarten class, the parents, when the parents walk into the kindergarten class to attend to one of the kindergarten meetings, the first thing that I show them is the pathway, which shows them the way that they start kindergarten through 5th grade at Hatch, then the Cunha program, and then the high school program. So they're very well aware that when they sign up for this program, it isn't just kindergarten. It is a commitment for the students to become bilingual and biliterate. I really hope that we can continue the work that we're doing. I really hope that the community has a chance to have their children attend an immersion program where they're going to be successful, receive a seal of biliteracy. But in order to do that, we have to start the program with as many students as possible. And the way that I see it is we need to be flexible and make sure that there are at least 2 kindergarten classes to start the program with. What happens is by the time they arrive to 4th grade, if there's only 24 students, that's not enough students to continue the program. So for us, in order to keep this wonderful program alive, we must consider and support 2 kindergarten classes that will continue on through high school. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Johanna Nevitt?
Hi, my name is Johanna, or Josie Nevitt. I'm a parent, like Stacy in the community, and I'm here tonight to express my support for the dual immersion program and specifically to keep 2 immersion kindergarten classes open and to include as many students as possible. My son will be starting kindergarten in the fall. Like Stacy's, he also missed the TK cutoff by 8 days in his case. And we live 3 doors down from Hatch. When we moved here and we asked about the school district, what we heard over and over again was about how amazing the immersion program is. So this got us really excited about our neighborhood school and feeling really lucky about it. And we heard stories about students speaking Spanish together on the playground, or playing soccer on play dates, and exchanging language and culture, especially at a young age, is perhaps the most effective way to form lasting friendships between the students and their families, especially when they're coming from different backgrounds. And this is the type of community that I would like to live in and that I know many people want to live in. So we attended 2 of the immersion information sessions, and I have to say we were really blown away by the program structure and how much work has clearly gone into it. We saw, Ms. Joyce's pathways that she's passed out to you, and really were impressed by Ms. Joyce herself, the passion that she shows for the program, talking about the teachers and the students, and we want to be a part of that. On Monday, I called the district office to confirm that my son's application had been received, just trying to make sure that it was there. And what I learned was that because of the current applicant numbers, the plan was to cut one of the kindergarten classes, which was a little alarming. And the reason that I was given was because of the strict 50-50 ratio between English and Spanish-speaking students that the district is enforcing. So I drafted a letter, and I, within just a few hours, managed to get over 50 parent signatures on it, really desiring to continue with 2 kindergarten classes, even if that means relaxing that ratio, and there's just huge community support for that. So at the end of the day, what is most important is to provide the best educational resources, relationships, and experiences for our children. And so I really hope that you will continue to support the 2 kindergarten classes and to include as many families as possible in this really amazing program that you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move forward, I just want to make an announcement about Spanish translation. Para nuestra comunidad hispanohablante tenemos interpretación. Si pueden pasar aquí a la parte de atrás con Víctor para que reciban un transmisor. Gracias.
Jackie Vasquez.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Vasquez Hernandez. I am a senior at Half Moon Bay High School, and I'm here today to show my support towards the immersion program and share how my story, share the story of how this program has helped me as a Latino student. When my parents came from Mexico here, they hoped for a better future for me, so they wanted me to eventually have a professional life, professional job in the future, and not have that same job that they had as farming, in farming. So they wanted to for me to have those skills to become a professional in the future. So, and that's the reason for why they came. So this program has really helped me to develop my skills and professionally speaking Spanish. And when people think of the immersion program, they think of students that come from non-speaking households and learn Spanish as a second language through this program. But what people don't realize is that this program also helped me because it helped me expand my speaking skills to learn how to read, write, and speak proper Spanish, which is something that my parents couldn't give me because they're illiterate. They know how to speak Spanish, but they don't know how to write or read Spanish. So this, if it wasn't for this program, I probably would not have had the same, the ability to continue speaking Spanish professionally and doing things with Spanish. And I probably would have lost that language, that part of that language, if it wasn't for this program. And I think I see that a lot in students that are at the high school, that some students have lost the ability to speak their family's language because they haven't had someone teach it to them. When they're around their peers that speak English all the time, they pick up English easily, but they don't practice Spanish enough to the point where they can speak it properly. And so I think that's why I think the program should continue and it shouldn't get cut in half. I think we should try and strengthen the connect between elementary school and high school so that students want to continue it and realize how important it is to learn Spanish and learn it as a second language. So yeah, I think that's why it should continue. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. I have a couple of written-in comments now from Cora Novak, Coastside Mothers Club. It has been brought to my attention that the Hatch Immersion Program is considering moving from 2 to 1 classes due to the desire to maintain a 50-50 ratio in the program. I feel like the decision to move to a 1 kindergarten classroom from the immersion program would be a loss to the community. Having the immersion program of a wonderful opportunity for our community and limiting the program to only 1 classroom would greatly limit the children who are able to partake. By moving toward a 60-40 ratio, the ratio will be able to continue to provide this opportunity to a greater number of children. And from Ruby Salazar, and this is related to item 4B. My name is Ruby Salazar, and I am a senior program coordinator with the Youth Leadership Institute, also known as YLI. I'm here to advocate for the proclamation of April as FNL, Friday Night Live Month. As the San Mateo County Coordinator of Friday Night Live programs, I get to witness firsthand the invaluable work of our youth in our communities. Adopting this proclamation not only celebrates FNL youth, but also encourages healthy activities while promoting engagement in FNL. This year, our FNL youth chapters on the coast side have made significant strides. We've expanded our chapter to include social emotional learning skills and launched 2 new chapters, one countywide focused on mental health, and an FNL ESL chapter at Half Moon Bay High School concentrating on social emotional learning. Participation in our programs equip youth with essential skills such as teamwork, event planning, time management, and public speaking. The feedback we've received from participants in their yearly youth development survey speaks volumes. 91% report FNL provides a safe environment. 91% report FNL supports leadership development. 90% report adults in FNL care about them. 90% learn about the problems alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs can cause. 90% support other youth to make healthy choices. 80% find alternatives to alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs through FNL involvement. As one participant eloquently stated, I've enjoyed countless things about FNL. One of the things I enjoyed most is that everyone gets to participate in helping the community, and it gives a person opportunities to be sort of leader in their community as well. Throughout FNL month, we'll be hosting various activities, including a Half Moon Bay High School mini brunch, an impairment maze, and the signing of Casey's Pledge Against Drinking and Driving. F&L Month provides an excellent opportunity to expand our program and reach more young people in our community. I urge you to support the proclamation of April as F&L Month. Thank you. Next, we have our employment organization reports, CUTA.
I think you guys know where I stand.
CSEA.
Good evening, Board President Hines, Governing Board, and Superintendent McFetridge. CSEA is still in negotiations with the district on health, welfare, and salary compensation. The negotiation team surveyed our members and will convene to discuss this survey on March 20th. CSEA leadership sent out a survey to our membership regarding the qualities that are desired in our new school district superintendent. We had a total of 36 responses. We will take these responses to the CSEA leadership input session with the leadership associates on March 18th. One thing I'd like to mention is that while the leadership associates are conducting their search for the new superintendent, prospective candidates are looking at our district and its challenges. They will most likely look over past few board meeting recordings, and we may be hard-pressed to find someone who wants to take the challenges that our district faces. We hope that in collaboration with all groups, we can achieve positive outcomes for all involved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I think that's something all of us agree on. So, board member reports. Go ahead.
I'll go. I just wanted to bring up a few things. First off, I wanted to let everyone know that Senator Josh Becker is having a virtual town hall coming up on affordable housing for school districts, Wednesday, March 20th, 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. It's basically about finding affordable housing. This is what the intro says. Finding affordable housing in the Bay Area is a challenge for most people, but for teachers and education staffers, it is especially difficult to live in the communities in which they work. Join me on March 20th for a conversation with our leaders. So here's who's speaking. He's got Santa Clara County Supervisor Joe Samidian championed 110 teacher housing units that are currently being built in Palo Alto, as well as an additional 257 that have been approved for a site in Cupertino. Jefferson Union High School District Trustee Kamala Salahudin was instrumental in getting 122 below market rate apartments built and occupied for teachers and staff in her school district. David McLean of the San Mateo County Community College District knows firsthand about the benefits of living in one of the district's 134 teacher housing units. As a former resident of College Vista and Canada Vista, he and his wife were able to save enough to eventually buy a home. And Gina Sidaria, superintendent of the Ravenswood City School District, orchestrated the reimagining of a former school site in Menlo Park to be used for 80 to 90 affordable teacher housing units. So I think it might be a good talk. I want to encourage everyone to go to this. This is a lot of what's happening around us. So to kind of be part of that conversation, I think it's going to be really interesting. So I just wanted to put that out there. March 20th, 4:30 to 6:30, it's virtual. Moving on, I just wanted to thank our union partners. Some of us did a workshop with them not too long ago, and it was really great. So I just wanted to thank them for doing that with us. It was nice to get to know them, and I learned a lot. And I just had I think it's a nice thing to try to do, to reach out to each other and try to build some bridges. So I want to say thank you to that. And then the last thing I just wanted to talk about was our board meetings. I've heard some people from the public say that they're not having enough time to read the board packets because I know we're required by, I don't know, law or statute or whatever it is, to have them out 72 hours in advance of the meetings. But I want everyone to know that we actually put them out the Friday before the meeting. So they're actually out 6 days before our meetings. So if you're a nerd like me and love this stuff, you can stay up on Friday night and read your board packet unless someone else comes over to party, you know. So anyway, they are up. So you've got the weekend. So what I like to usually do is go through them on the weekends, and then that leaves me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If I have any questions, I can run them by the superintendent or get the answers I need. And from the public, that also gives you guys to contact us with questions or something that you might have. So anyway, those are up the Friday afternoon before, so you've got a good 6 days. The other thing I want to talk about is I heard some feedback for how our meetings are set up, that you know, people want some of the budget stuff or some big decision things up front. And I want to tell what happened when I was president, a little bit about how they ended up being the way they are. When I was president, we weren't in fiscal distress at the time, but we had been in the past. So we were spending a lot of time on fiscal issues and operational issues. And I was reading a paper called the Lighthouse Study, and it was really interesting, but it talks about how boards should work if they're to be highly functioning. So in an attempt to kind of, you know, work on some of those things, this article saying that, you know, we should really focus on kids and outcomes rather than finances and operations, right? We need to keep those things good, but we should really be focusing a lot on kids and outcomes. So that's kind of why some of the school stuff got put up at the front of the agendas and how some of that came to be. So I just wanted to mention, like, there is reason to why it's set up, and, you know, Kim's president now, and, you know, people can do different things, but that's kind of what the impetus was for that. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about is, I know a lot of people are mad about how long the board meetings are, and they're really, you know, they're hard to get through. But I just want to say for myself, I really like them. I don't mind them being long, because I just feel like when I make decisions, I want as much information as possible. And to me, sometimes when these are long, I feel like it's because there's a lot of work going on, and it's because they're presenting a lot of stuff. So I actually see it kind of as they're doing a lot, and also that we're trying to be very transparent. So we're trying to get as much information out there. And I do appreciate it, because I know when I need to make a decision, I really like to have as much information as possible. So I guess that's the other side of the coin, you know, why they're long. And I can understand, you know, it's tough to get through, but I do appreciate the information being brought, because it's a lot, and I really do want us to be as transparent as we can about as many things as we can. So I do appreciate that. And that's all I have for my comments. Thank you.
I'll go next. I first want to apologize for being late. I try and come as soon as I can from Redwood City, and I know it's not very professional of me, and I do apologize if I didn't listen to somebody speak or didn't give you the time that you deserve. So my apologies. Buenas tardes. Les quiero dar la bienvenida a todos. Me da tanto gusto ver nuevas caras, familias latinas. A mí siempre, por ser latina y ser de esta comunidad, siempre es un orgullo y un placer ver a la comunidad latina aquí, ya sea para sus opiniones o su pura presencia, o nada más para estar aquí y informarse de lo que está pasando. Normalmente y siempre tenemos la opción de traducción si alguien la necesita. So, muchas gracias por estar aquí. Voy a empezar, yo voy a hablar de dos cosas importantes para mí. Y una es, le quiero dar el reconocimiento a María Oreña. María Oreña falleció el día de San Valentín, el 14 de febrero, y ella contribuyó mucho a este distrito, ayudó a muchos niños, trabajó en casi todas las escuelas. Ella es nuestra fundadora de la escuela, que gracias a Rosalba y a Graciela, y gracias a Sean, que está en un lugar permanente, batallaron muchísimo para empezar esa escuela para los niños de las familias migrantes, y era un gran proyecto que trabajaron todos en conjunto, los estaban moviendo constantemente a diferentes escuelas. Estuvieron un momento aquí, estuvieron un momento en Hatch, estuvieron un momento en el Bus Barn, estuvieron en todos lados. So, al ver que ya han hecho y le han dado el lugar merecido a las familias y a los niños, ya las maestras, es algo muy, muy importante y algo que se tiene que reconocer. Y hablando de María Oreña, no podría no hablar de los listos, porque ella fue la que empezó, ella fue la que con mucha pasión y dedicación trabajó con las familias. Ella empezó a trabajar en este distrito en el 95. Empezó en la escuela Hatch como asistente y siempre mantuvo su posición de asistente y también de los listos. Trabajó también para la escuela Fairlawn View, trabajó también para el Granada, trabajó en la high school, trabajó en todos lados hasta que se jubiló en el 2000, creo que en el 2016, no estoy muy segura, pero trabajó muchos años para este distrito y dedicó mucho tiempo a nuestros niños en las tempranas etapas de su vida y dedicó mucho tiempo para nuestra comunidad y siempre trató de ayudar. Le quería nada más mencionar a la gente de la comunidad que nos sabe y a los que se acuerdan de ella como la maestra o la ayudante. Le quería dar nada más ese tiempo a Graciela, a María, y el honor que ella merece. En segundo, quisiera rápidamente también hablar de la controversia de el espacio que se va a hacer en Hatch para las familias y para los niños. La básica y triste realidad es que hay demasiadas familias en esa escuela y no hay suficiente lugar. Y yo creo que es apropiado y es ya tiempo que le demos ese lugar, ese respeto y ese espacio a las familias, porque muchas veces son las que no están aquí, son las que están trabajando, son las que no pueden venir a las juntas, son las que no pueden recoger a sus hijos, son los que no pueden estar involucrados. Y no es tanto porque no quieren, pero cada familia tiene una situación diferente y por respeto a ellos es importante que siempre los tengamos en cuenta. Y más que nada, aunque no quisiéramos tenerlos en cuenta o aunque no los veamos, los resultados de sus hijos están enfrente de nosotros. Ellos no están académicamente capacitados como deberían de estar. Y es muy triste, es muy triste. Un buen ejemplo que voy a dar de una junta, cuando vino el señor Jerry López y estaba aquí una mamá de PTO que fue a la junta. Y recuerdo que los niños de ella vieron la pizza y ese día tenían cena y los niños se fueron directamente a la pizza como si nada. Pero en cambio nuestros nuestros hijos latinos se sentaron porque las mamás les decían, no, espérate, todavía no agarres. Entonces ese es un ejemplo como sabemos que hay niños que por diferencias o por costumbres esperan a que se les dé. Y hay otros niños donde saben que si está disponible lo van a agarrar porque tienen hambre. Entonces, esa es una de las muchos ejemplos que puedo dar. Pero muchas gracias por estar aquí y gracias por su tiempo. Like I said, I apologize for my tardiness. I do want to talk about and give tribute to Maria Oreña, who dedicated a lot of time to the district and dedicated a lot of her time, her passion, and a lot of her caring to so many of the kids here in Cabrillo. She started in our district in 1995. She was always an aide, either of special ed or an aide of one of the elementary schools. She worked basically in all campuses, Hatch, El Granada, Fairlawn View. She was also our founder of Los Listos Preschool, which was constantly getting moved. Los Listos was one time in Hatch, another time in like the bus barn area, another time it was in Cunha. It was also, it was just moved, and it's about time that, thank you to Dr. McFetridge, that there is a stable place for these kids and these families that really need all those services that are being provided. And along with Graciela and with Rosalba, it's the magnificent place that it is now. And I just want to acknowledge that. And I can't talk about Los Listos without talking about or thinking about Maria Oreña, who really did a great job. So I just, unfortunately, she did pass on Valentine's Day, and she will be missed. And she was not only a great person, but an amazing friend and supporter and an advocate for a lot of the kids. And then secondly, I'd like to also talk about the controversial area of Hatch where that portable, and I've received several emails, and I understand, but I think that my job as a board member and the reason why I'm here is to speak on behalf of the people that are not here, the people that can't be here, and the people that just are not able to be here. And those are the people that I need to speak up for, because you will see them in our outcome results. These are our kids that are failing, kids that are not performing, and kids who need a lot of support. So to have, to sacrifice a small area of the Hatchfield, once again, because it used to be huge. I remember I was at Hatch, and I think it's a small price to pay for what we really do need it. And I think a lot of the times we forget that, we don't see these kids, or we don't really involve ourselves with the community and see the struggle. And I think that some of the people who, I feel like if people were more aware of the other side of the community, you would really understand the benefit of having this portable there. I do respect people's opinions. There are a lot of teachers and professional people that I respect highly who are not for this, but my job here as a Latina board member is to speak up for my community, and I believe that that is extremely important. And then I thought I had something else, but it'll come to me. So I just want to, Monday? Oh, the pizza. I had an example about the pizza. I remember when I was at Hatch, I was always going to detention. And I was always going to detention for lunch. And they don't call it detention anymore because there's a lot of restorative justice and buzzwords going on. So we don't call it that anymore. But in my time, we called it lunch detention. And I thought it was the most normal thing because after school, I went to daycare, which was CCP. And then after that, my parents would pick me up to go to work. And we would work in the fields, and we would help plant because on the weekends we would sell our own plants. So we were always working. My parents never thought homework was a priority. It was important until you got out of school, and then you had to help the family, make money. So it was normal for me not to have recess. And I can't imagine, thinking that way or having an opportunity to better that situation and help kids. And one of the examples I gave of just the cultural differences was there was a meeting, I think it was a DLAC or ELAC meeting, and they brought Jerry Lopez, and they also brought food because some of these parents come straight from work. They had round table pizza, and we had one of the very few Anglo moms from PTO came, and she brought her two kids because it was in the evening, and she had them play outside. And it was very interesting to see that the kids came in, knew that they were in this room for the meeting, saw the food on the table, and as kids do, they ran and they just grabbed some pizza and then they went outside. And to see that, and then to see all the rest of the Latino community, you could hear the moms tell them, no, don't go, not right now, nobody's touched it yet. Wait till they tell us, wait till it's our turn. And that's just a demonstration or an example of just our thought process and our culture and our values. And I'm not saying that's wrong or right, I'm just saying that's what it is. And I just wanted to share that brief example. So, and thank you everybody for being here.
Thank you so much, Lizette. And good evening, everyone. Thanks for being here. Indeed, here we are, 4 years, almost to the day. It's hard to remember. 4 years ago, do you guys remember what happened? 4 years ago, closed the schools almost to the day in an emergency response to the COVID pandemic. I think we've kind of blocked it out of our minds too. But here we are 4 years later, pandemic emergency funding for school districts is running out. And we know the state's revenues are declining precipitously this year. It's to the point where it's unclear how the state will manage to provide state-funded public school districts the minimum funding level required by law, which is also known as Prop 98. Never mind funding any COLA this year. It's going to be interesting. Not surprisingly, we've been seeing news reports from San Francisco, from Orinda, Dublin, Antioch, Pittsburgh, Richmond, Novato, Live Oak, Roseland, Fresno, Simi Valley, hang in there, it's a long list, Paso Robles, Modesto, Santa Monica and Malibu, Pasadena, Lakeport, and San Diego. All these are the ones I just happened to notice in the past week that have had published reports in mid to large size media of their financial distress, budget cuts, layoffs, and labor unrest. It's just a hard time for school districts everywhere right now with things getting really tight. It makes everybody stressed and having to make some tough decisions, and that's understandable. For better or for worse, this crisis hit our school district probably about a year ago when we, as a community-funded school district, learned that our property tax revenues, which is one of our main sources of revenues, would not meet the expectations that we had for growth from the prior year. And staff have been working really hard to get us to a really big and important milestone today. I just want to commend everybody, and we'll do some more when we hear the details from Jesus later. But that we have a positive certification of our second interim budget update. So that's a really huge milestone. I'm really thrilled to see that. And I'm not surprised we're able to pull it together, but I know it took a lot of hard work and, again, a lot of hard decisions. On the labor front, the district is formally in mediation with CUTA, so really it'll be up to the mediator to help us figure out how to get to agreement. As folks know, the negotiations process between districts and labor partners is very highly regulated, so we're continuing to follow that process. And as Holly mentioned earlier too, negotiations are continuing directly also with CSCA. So that's kind of the stuff that's been filling my brain in terms of like kind of the nuts and bolts and then the business side of things. On the human side of things, kind of complementing what Lisette shared with us, those beautiful stories, I was able to visit a couple schools in the past month, both Cunha and Hatch. Hatch was also super fun because I got to volunteer for the Try-It truck, which was super cool. It's a project from the Bay Area Discovery Museum. So that was really fun. I stopped in at the La Costa Adult School open house earlier this week, and I know we'll hear more from Drew later. I also had the opportunity to connect with folks at two of our nonprofit partners. I saw one of them come in here earlier, Boys and Girls Club and Coast Pride, which is always really great. Our nonprofit partners are invaluable to us and our students. And I also participated in a bunch of advocacy events and training events with the San Mateo County School Board Association, Santa Clara School Board Association, and California School Board Association. All that said, I think one of the biggest highlights for me in the past month was the training that Mary Beth referenced earlier. It was a training through the California Labor Management Initiative. We participated, as Mary Beth said, with CUTA, with CSCA representatives, or the district negotiations team staff, and Mary Beth and I were both there as well. The training, I have the book here. The training was entitled Building Partnerships to Create Great Public Schools. And I really appreciated the goal and the tools that were provided in this and hope we can carry them through. I think one of the things that stood out to me most was they had just a simple page of norms of collaborative work, specifically pausing before responding, paraphrasing to show understanding, probing to openly learn more, putting ideas on the table as an offer, not an expectation, paying attention to self and others' communication styles, presuming positive intentions, and pursuing a balance between advocacy and inquiry. And I thought those were just some simple steps. I'm happy to email them to anybody because I read them kind of fast-ish to be quick, or to share anything within this book. It was really good. So I'm also continue to be actively in touch with a wide variety of community members and invite others to reach out at any time. Email is okay for making, I think, initial contact or for perhaps exchanging basic information, but it's really a lot easier to connect and talk with people in one-on-one conversations, maybe small groups. Large groups feel a little bit performative, so I personally prefer like one-on-ones or small groups, so do reach out if you want to do that. So, and then the last thing to say is from this training, we had this really great group of folks, and we basically were like, hey, we're not sure what to do next, but at least let's like have lunch with each other. And so we committed to each of us reaching out to 2 other people within the like 8 or 10 person group or whatever it was, to invite each other for lunch. So I'm really thrilled. I've started to have my lunch dates. They're really fun, and I have another one lined up next week. And I would just throw that out as a challenge to everybody to do that, to just reach out and spend some time with at least 2 folks in the next month who are outside your usual affinity group. I think the affinity groups are easy. That's why they're affinity groups. But reaching out to people in different groups, I think is really helpful to being able to see the broader perspective and different perspectives. It's easy to say we don't have time. I know, like, none of us feel like we have enough time. That's, like, definitely a thing. But I think it's also an investment that does pay off in the long run for everybody when we can have stronger, closer relationships with people from different perspectives and different views than we do. So that's all for me.
Good evening. Thank you for coming. So I'm in the middle of being a parent in the springtime. So my short little share today will be I went to my third grade son's parent-teacher conference this afternoon, and he's doing really well. So thank you, the staff at Fairlawn View, and all the wonderful people who support him. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. I wanted to speak to a couple items. First, I was able to attend La Costa Adult School open house, so thank you, Drew, and look forward to tonight's presentation. Tomorrow, I'll be visiting Cunha, and so I'm looking forward to that as well. March 2nd was the Saturday kickoff special board meeting where we got to hear from a number of people in the public with insight and ideas about our superintendent search. And some meetings started today via Zoom with some of our community partners. And if somebody feels like that they missed an opportunity because a calendar invite came through and perhaps they didn't know what it was or it didn't fit with their schedule, we will have Monday evening at 6 p.m. Rosie, are we in the library or in here? We'll be in the library here at Cunha for just the community open forum. If anybody has input and ideas about what they'd like to see in a superintendent. Basically, these listening sessions have 3 questions. Leadership associates, our consultants, are asking, what do you see as the strengths of our district? What are the challenges? And are there other things that you would like to see in a superintendent? There is a lineup of meetings scheduled on Monday, and again, if people didn't see it, please reach out, send an email. We'll get back to you with those meeting times, but there is an online survey that anyone in the community can participate in, and it gives you a lot of comparison-type questions, but again, ask those same 3 questions. So to be what is most helpful to the board is those listening sessions, and for everybody to be as explicit as possible with sharing your opinions and your insight of what's happening in our community now and what you would like to see happen into the future. So just wanted to make a point of that. Just to reiterate, I know Lizette may not have heard me at the beginning, but at the end of this meeting, when we're doing the upcoming meetings, if we have ideas about upcoming agenda items, we can talk about that. And if there's any listening sessions we want to do, we don't have to have the exact schedule, but to start to think about that. I would like to suggest listening sessions before our future board meetings. Just any 2 people that might want to be here for an hour before to listen to folks in the public. And so I know Carmen and I are going out to Fairlawn View next week. PTO invited us. And so again, any opportunity, much like Sophia said, small groups are really kind of the easiest to have a full conversation, but know that the board recognizes the need for communications now, and we're really striving towards that. One other item for the board, perhaps some type of a offsite or a couple of hours just to work together before we get into reviewing resumes, just that for us to have just some board community time. I know it will have to be an open meeting agenda, before we get into like full formal self-evaluation with a new superintendent, just to have some reflection and just our own kind of internal self-evaluation as we go into the selection process, I think can be healthy. So that's what I wanted to share. Let's see. Catalina.
Okay, so I have a few things. I'll start with my normal report out from each school. I made it really tiny. Okay, so for El Granada, this week is conference week. It's an important time for families and teachers to connect and work together to support students. It is also Staff Appreciation Week. We appreciate our families who make us all feel loved. We've had some impressive assemblies lately. Buttercup, the dairy cow, visited our campus last week. We also had a wonderful author visit from Sean Harris and Cynthia Wiley. Wonderful authors visit from Sean Harris to Cynthia Wiley. Our students showcased their talents last Friday at Friday's Talent Show. Arts and Science Week is coming up on the first week of April, which will culminate in the 51st Annual Arts and Science Day. At Farallon View, March Reading Madness is well underway at Farallon View Elementary this month. Students are logging their minutes each week with a goal of surpassing last year's minutes of a total of 190,000 minutes read school-wide. Local author Sean Harris read his most recent book during our Read Across America Day Assembly earlier this month, and during conference week at Farallon View, Inkspell hosted a mini book fair Tuesday through Thursday. Students will have the opportunity to dress up as their favorite book character this month, choose from the San Mateo County Library's van, and participate in a used book swap and eat pizza if we meet our reading goal by the end of the month. At Hatch, we completed our 4-day Playworks reboot to support our playground behaviors engagement. LPAC testing is underway for grades 3 to 5 this month. Ocean Week is March 18th through 29th, bringing many fun ocean-based activities and an impressive professional panel that includes a tugboat captain, an Arctic scientist, U.S. Coast Guard, lieutenant commander, marine scientist, and harbor master, and merchant mariner. Our mural is expected to get underway at the end of this month. At Kings Mountain, we are immersed in conference week. Depending on enrollment, Kings Mountain will possibly staff a TK / kindergarten, first / second grade, and 3, 4, and 5 classes next year. April 4th is our open house, and students will all tie-dye t-shirts to wear while presenting the K-1 readers theater performance, 2nd and 3rd grade poetry reading, and 4th and 5th grade grade poi dance. 25 pieces of peaceful collaboration artwork will be submitted for the April Coastal Art League show. At Cunha, LPAC testing was completed last week, and the CAS testing will take place from May 6th through 9th. The 8th graders had a wonderful trip to Washington, D.C. with Mr. Cox, and 7th graders will visit the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve in early April. The 6th grade basketball team came to an end with both boys and girls participating in the playoffs. The spring dance will be taking place this Friday, and it is going to be an outside dance, the most spectacular dance of the year. Science fair, we had some students participate in the county science fair. Many of those who made it to the interview round, after being interviewed, we had 2 students who placed. Soren Gerson, Lila Kane, Lila Kane both earned honorable mentions. At Half Bay High School, CAS testing is happening April 4th through 11th. Test takers in ELA and math will be taking the CAS in the multipurpose room. The senior exit project is underway. Seniors need to complete the community service requirement. Spring sports, baseball, softball, and gymnastics, track and field, boys tennis, and swimming are underway. The spring musical, its opening night is tomorrow night at 7 p.m. CSM College application workshop is coming up on March 21st during the first period, 8:30 to 10 in the MU, and the BMX assembly will be on March 27th. At Pilarcitos, we have a number of students who have enrolled this summer at Pilarcitos with both challenges and gifts to bring us as we integrate them into the Coyote culture. We have held many circles for our new students, as well as repair circles to deal successfully with conflicts of personalities. Our students' conversations in these circles have been at a very high level and with clear articulation of needs, harms, and boundaries. Our Coyote Circle class has been participating to lead the District Restorative Justice Program Saturday Circles with support from our adult RJ practitioners. We are also excited to start of a girls group with Girasol a program which provides a curriculum that guides young women to understanding who they are. Led by a therapist, the program is for girls ages 12 to 18, and also recruiting at Cunha and Half Moon Bay High School. It will help girls navigate social media, learn to be themselves, and avoid conformity. And then La Costa will be presenting tonight. And then for my other stuff, firstly, I want to thank the board and as well as all my teachers for my recognition at the Young Woman of Excellence Award of San Mateo County. Lots of the main reasons why I received this award was because of you. Also, a big shout out to the Commission on the Status of Women for San Mateo County for such an incredible ceremony and an incredible way to celebrate accomplished women in our county on International Women's Day. And then my second thing is about the Spanish immersion program. Being a part of the Spanish immersion program has absolutely changed my life. Being in Spanish immersion has exposed me to dozens of different important parts of Hispanic culture, prepared me for living in a bilingual environment and bilingual setting. Being bilingual in Spanish and English has also opened so many doors for me, allowing me to work as a summer camp counselor with some of our youngest, participating in a Latinx conference, and has allowed me to give back to my community in many ways. It has given me the opportunity to make more genuine connections with my community and those around me. The program helps create lasting, strong bridges in the community. Being a part of the bilingual program helps create an incredibly well-rounded student and a student that when they graduate is well-versed in worldly matters and has a want to build relationships with everyone they possibly can. Being a part of this incredible program has been one of the most incredible experiences of my young life. It is one of the most important things that has allowed students to go through it is one of the most important things that to allow more students to go through this program and continue to become proficient in both Spanish and English. I deeply hope that this program continues to thrive and is allowed to support as many more students as possible as it has in the past. Lastly, I just want to let students know they can continue to feel free to reach out to me. I'm always happy to talk and I'm always available. Thank you.
Thank you, Catalina. Dr. McFetridge.
Thank you very much. I want to really appreciate all that's been said before from the members of the community who are advocating for the things that they believe in, and for our board members reminding us, including Catalina, of the importance of all the things that they're passionate about and basically helping other people. On the consent agenda, you would have seen the adoption of the proclamation recognizing April as National Autism Acceptance and Inclusion Month. Some years ago, we worked with a parent, Christy Walker, I believe, to talk about this. And a board member recently said that we really should be moving more from acceptance and inclusion to belonging. And I want to note that anyone with a developmental disability, this is the norm. This is not strange. This is part of who we all are. We all have different abilities. And autism is very prevalent, and I appreciate the work that I've seen of staff here and the community here and the board here to accept and recognize this proclamation. And I want to give a shout out to Christy Walker for helping us revise it some years ago, actually. You already heard from Ruby Salazar in the written comment. We wholeheartedly support the work of California Friday Night Live month and the Youth Leadership Institute, and Ruby Salazar, a fantastic individual, in helping with her colleagues in this work. In the consent, you also saw a Future Farmers of America field trip to Fresno coming up in April. I know they just took another field trip recently, and I think next week they may be going to the annual conference in Sacramento, which I had the opportunity to go to last year. That was fantastic with Future Farmers of America, and I know that other administrators, I think Dr. Bhatia gets to go this year, along with some high school administrators. There's a lot of things there on the consent agenda that are pro forma, but as we start with general business, I just want to say that these are some very heady, juicy, complicated, and sometimes controversial topics. There are two sides to them. I really have such appreciation for the work done by my colleagues on building an early learning center and after-school programs at Hatch Elementary campus. There has been some concern about that. Tonight you will see dovetailed with that presentation in the workforce housing update, the idea that We are now proposing no workforce housing on the Hatch field, but we are proposing an upgrade potentially, a way to look at putting a U10 soccer field. I was able to meet with the ASO and other soccer, Half Moon Bay Soccer Club and other folks. I was also able to meet with the Little League representative a few months back. I was able to meet with Hatch students who wanted to talk about the field. We have a value in this field. We know that the students and the staff have a value in that field. We have a value for green space. We share that value. And Kim Hines, President Hines, often talks about this is not an either or, this is a both and. We believe that we can have enough space to provide services to students that are served so admirably by the Early Learning Center, by Los Listos, by the after-school programs, by the inclusive preschool, and we can also look to the future and have hope and plan, and I think Dr. Contreras has been working on a field expert or two to look at how we could actually have field space. And then a couple of years ago, we also heard not only about a fence, we had heard from staff, and we'd taken the fence plans to the school site council and had it approved by their school site council. These things take time, but we'd also heard about increased parking. And you will see again that in the workforce housing update about things that could be, that there is a parking lot extension that would provide 50 odd extra parking spots because we realize that that could be needed too. All these things are important for us to keep in mind as not done already, but as something we're envisioning and something we're hoping for. And so I just want to remind people, we may have different feelings about it. It may be different ideas about it, but I appreciate so much also what people were talking about, Lizette talking about the services we do need to provide folks who have historically not been provided services. And I also want to bring up, I could iterate everything the board members have said tonight. It was powerful. I appreciate that La Costa Adult School is coming tonight. I know that it's a big night also for them because they just came off a very successful open house, and Mr. Feltz, Brian Feltz, has been awarded something, and I know that's a big deal. You will hear tonight about the bond and parcel tax surveys that were done late last year. You will see the workforce housing updated plan presentation, and you will see some budget items and some personnel items. The personnel items exist, and some reductions are happening because we are required on a fiscal stabilization plan to do them. You heard from Ms. Lane that this is something that is par for the course. San Francisco is now talking about closing many schools. Oakland is talking about closing many schools. It is true that there is a great uncertainty about the budget ahead. We do have some good news tonight about the budget and about returning to a positive qualification, but it will entail going forward trade-offs and continuing to look at where we can run efficiently so we can provide compensation increases. And I continue to remain hopeful that we can negotiate in good faith with our negotiations partners. And I know how painful that has been and how painful the last meetings have been. And that's something that I can only hope will abate in time. It usually does. And that's the end of my comments.
Thank you. That brings us to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve? Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so now we do roll call. Kimberly?
Aye.
Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Catalina?
Aye.
Passes 5+1.
Thank you. That brings us to item 5A, Early Learning Center and After-School Programs at Hatch Elementary Campus update.
Good evening, President Hines, trustees, colleagues, and community members. So we're here today. I just want to talk about and give you a little insight of what early learning and after-school programs we host at Hatch Elementary School at the Early Learning and After-School Center. So today we do have a large group. We have our amazing Rosalba Segura right now, Lisette, you talked about Maria, was the person who passed away, and Rosalba and her team have carried on her legacy in continuing to expand the Los Listos. We thank Dr. McFetridge for supporting that growth. I know when we came here 4.5 years ago, it was a tiny little portable behind the district office. And if you compare the growth between then and 4.5 years now, we have a beautiful growing pre-K family engagement and after-school center. So I do want to just give a shout out to Rosalba and all the work that you and your team have done. Yes, we can clap. And so Jesus is also here to talk, but I mean, you can stand, Rosalba, but I'll do my portion and then you can come back, whatever you feel. But I see those shoes that you have on. Okay. And so today we have Rosalba, Jesus, and myself are here to give you an update of the program in itself. And here's our agenda. We'll talk today about the funding resources, students served, facilities, some spring projects, as well as an update on the Hatch Field. Okay, in this slide, you have beautiful pictures of how the program has grown. We have this beautiful, inclusive playground structure in the middle, and the students who, again, we're just very blessed to be at the Hatch Elementary School campus because we share spaces with all of our programs. And here you see a little bit of some spaces that we share. Say that our transitional kindergarten program, which in 2025 will become the new kindergarten in public education. We also share space and try to include not only our TK through our elementary program, transitional kinder, which is now has become pre-K, and they're calling it transitional kindergarten, as well as sharing space with our pre-K special education classroom. And the next slide will give you an overview of how the California Department of Education and State Superintendent Tony Thurman has really taken the lead in investing in early childhood education. And here you're going to see some of the program funding timelines. And we started in 1920, which was the year that I believe both Dr. McFetridge and I started. There was a San Mateo County Office of Education grant, the Inclusive Early Education Expansion Program, the EAP. Call it the EAP. We love acronyms here, but I'll try to spell those out for you. And this was almost $1 million of funding that you'll see in a little bit that really was meant to integrate our special education, our students with disabilities into the general education program at the preschool level. Because as in many schools and schools throughout California, typically it was a separate program where our smallest preschool students were in a classroom isolated, only engaging with peers that also were students with disabilities. And we'll talk a little bit more about the program, but this funding helped us with integrating all of our students and making making education equal for all. It also helped with building an inclusive playground, which if you ever go to Hatch, you'll be able to see. You saw a picture of it earlier. The Title V, which is also the California State Preschool Program. This Title V funding is given to the San Mateo County Office of Education, and then we subcontract with funding from Title V, and that funding is used mainly for the preschool program. And it has actually existed before 1920 and will continue to exist, the Title V funding. The EAP, it is ending in this upcoming year, but I believe they are talking about renewal. So we might engage in applying again for the funding to continue to support that integration of special education. Also, you're going to see in the middle, migrant education. Migrant education does serve pre-K all the way through actually adult school even. but majority of the funding, and Rosalva wears so many hats, the majority of the funding is used to support early childhood education. And we have ELOPE, and ELOPE stands for Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. This was funding that came to us about 3 years ago, around the COVID era. And not many districts really applied or accepted to receive the funding. But we really saw a need here at Cabrillo Unified School District. And this, again, was ELOPE is a yearly about $1 million that we'll talk about in a little bit. And it is continuous funding to support students after school. And Trustee Cortez, you talked about this earlier. Many times our students go home and we don't know what they go home to. We don't know if students go home to a house with multiple families. We don't know if students go home to a safe house or if the students are just hanging out in a public space. And we're very lucky to be here and to have, I'm not going to have these wonderful leaders in our community present to you where we're serving over 200 students using this funding that is specific to after-school services. The state has been very clear that the funding cannot mix to support services for during the school day, but it has to go specifically for after school. Then you have the San Mateo County Out of School Care Program, California Community School Program, and this is a smaller amount. We received this funding in 21-22, but also to support after school care and make sure that we continue to enrich and give enrichment activities for our students. I won't, Rosie, I'll try to go fast in the next slide because I think here is a written explanation, but I have already gone through the explanation of every single program. But those of you that are interested in finding more about those programs, here's, again, the written explanation of the early center and after school services. I do want to just point out that although we don't have a specific funding source for family engagement, every single funding source does require that we still allocate funding to continue to support our families in learning how they can also be that point of the triangle to connect how their role is also as important to make sure that students are succeeding in schools. We've had continuous parental engagement activities for parents. Just a couple weeks ago, I believe we had about 60 families where we had parent engagement events. And Mr. Gamet, I know maybe, I don't know if he's going to talk about it. I know that Rosalva and Drew Gamet have, and us, we've had multiple conversations seeing how we can connect adult school with family parent education. Also, I do want to point out, and I missed this, the Half Moon Bay High School Student Career Education, where, again, Rosalva and her team have built a model of community service hours. And I'm sorry, I forgot, I wanted to introduce this entire team that is here to support and to be here as representatives of the after-school program and our family engagement facility. We have Graciela Krabenschmidt, we have Mark Newton, Nora Flores, Guillermo Carrillo, Juan Carlos Rodriguez, Cecilia Velasquez. And I did just want to point out that Guillermo Carrillo, who might be speaking in a little bit, is a Half Moon Bay High School graduate. So that's why I'm calling out his name, because what we do and what the program has done is we take Half Moon Bay High School students and they basically have built their own pipeline. So we take seniors or juniors sometimes, and they need community service hours, so the kind of the real life learning. So we have brought our Half Moon Bay High School students, or Rosalva has, to really give back to the students and to be there in the aftercare program. And now we have Guillermo working for us now that he is a graduate. So I just wanted to point that piece out. And let's see. Okay, so the current alignment, this is my last slide. I wanted to talk about the fact that the early learning and after-school program has a direct alignment to many of the work that Dr. McFetridge has led. First is directly aligned to the to two of our goals around our new strategic plan. The first one, focus on equity, is making sure that we increase outreach to Spanish-speaking families to improve homeschool communication and support student outcomes. It's also connected to the whole child, because in our after-school program, this action particularly, we make sure that the student is receiving enrichment opportunities that otherwise they wouldn't be able to receive at home or during the school day. It's connected to our early learning goals, our Big Lift goals, our inclusion goals, not only as a district, but as a county, and the local control accountability plan.
Just to jump in here, I want to give a shout out also to the fact that we integrate the Boys and Girls Club in this extended learning, and also Dr. Contreras also worked with Workshop Education to also extend this so that scholarships could be given to students for those, and working as team members this last year that they've worked together to expanded learning. And again, it's serving over 200 students, I think almost predominantly Hatch students. So thank you very much.
Okay, and now we have Rosalba Segura, thank you. And I'll click the slides, Rosalba, so as we go, you just let me know when to click.
Yeah, please, go ahead. Well, thank you for the opportunity. I think last time I came and addressed you, it was during the summer presentation. So it's always a privilege and also exciting for me to come and present. We do have about 220 students at Hatch that qualify for the expanded learning program under certain criteria, and I can name those, but I tend to forget. It is just kids who need it, really. I know it's low socioeconomics, it's free and reduced lunch, migrant, and so many other labels that we have. The state gave us and federal gave us. But we have early learning. We have about 30 students who attend to our Los Listos preschool, and 10 of them are in special ed preschool. We have about 210, I believe, between our TK and fifth grade and sixth grade. Fifth grade and sixth grade attend this school through Boys and Girls Club and the partnership that we built, thanks to Jill and her team. Reason why the fifth graders are not attending over at Hatch is because we don't have the space. We had way too many kids. We're maxed to the capacity of 25 students in a classroom, and it's revolving doors every time, and we also have a wait list right now. So 90% of kids who need the service, students who need the service at Hatch, are attending Expanded Learning Program Eagle Club. So we have a few, I believe it's 30 of them attending workshop because we don't have, again, the capacity. And about 50 coming to Boys and Girls Club. If you can switch to the, and we also have a wait list. Where we see the most wait list is TK, but that typically change, TK and K, that's where we have the most need. I don't know if you can see the pie chart, but it's about 90% are Hispanic, about 14 of them are Caucasian, and just 3 of them are other ethnicities. So we're serving the kids who need it the most, those ELs. Majority, I want to say 99.9% of our students are still ELs because they're not reclassified. We have we started a new pushing program for reclassification purposes with small groups. It's a pilot program, and it's done by our own staff. The staff that we have, we started with them in our learning pods, and we put a professional development plan for them within the last 3 years. Some of them already have some EC, early childhood education classes. Some of them, like Nora, is already an assistant teacher, and little by little we try to build the capacity, not just having students in a classroom, but also with helping the professionals serve them, being able to reach their potential and then acquire their goals, educational goals. If you go to the next one, I think I can elaborate a little more on the funding sources and how this all kind of came to be together. First, we got state preschool. Atrás, ahí, thank you. We got state preschool back in 2016 when we finally had a little place called at home, but right behind the barn bus. We typically get about $500,000, and that's our maximum reimbursement rate, basically. So it's based on attendance. It's a subcontract with the county. We are number 10 district, so 10 of us subcontract with the county. CCP has their own contracts directly with the state. The advantage of being with the county, we get a lot of support. We get technical support, we get professional development, community care licensing, it's under the umbrella of the county, so we get a lot of mentoring and coaching. And funding is very important because it's very sustainable, and spaces that are not being utilized in other districts, we have the leverage of ask for them if we can present the need of the community. We're working right now on trying to get at least 10 full-day slots for next school year, but we're waiting to see which of the districts don't utilize or which of the programs don't utilize those full days. So that's another very ambitious goal of ours, not just mine, ours, because we see the need. We see the need for more minutes of instruction, not just 3.5 hours. The need is there, and we have now built our parent advisory committee. We have our president here, Mr. Rodriguez, that he's gonna talk a little bit soon. So we have state preschool, the EAP grant. Now we started the application for EAP, Inclusion Grant 2.0. But this time around, it's gonna be more for professional development, curriculum alignment, and parent engagement. So we're little from, infrastructure, buying the playground, portables, making more space, adequate equipment, adapted equipment. Now we're moving into phase 2, which is all our teachers will hold a certification for inclusion ECE teachers. Then my grant is, goes up and down depending on the number of students that we can qualify as migrant. Right now we have 119. Again, when Lisette and I started this program, we were in 1,000 probably. So now between TK, preschool, all the way to out-of-school youth, Pilarcitos, we have 119, 120. And that's the amount right there. Usually we get $170,000, $180,000. And then expanded learning, we get about $1 million. With that expanded learning, we have a total funding of $2 million and fragmento, a little bit more, that we operate, and we're able to provide services, not just to the students that need the care, professional development, and family engagement. So each of this funding, the requirement of family engagement is there. So either through a committee or events or literacy projects or family engagement nights, we're little trying to do it. Majority of the times we have to borrow spaces because we don't have our own space within, multi-use room, classrooms, or sometimes even Boys and Girls Club let us use some of their classrooms. At this point, if I can ask, thank you for being patient, staying with us past dinner. Mark Newton, if they can come. Cecilia Velázquez, Guillermo Carrillo, Pablo Oropesa, and Juan Carlos Rodriguez. This is the collaboration that we're trying to build going forward with parent engagement. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes. We love Eagle Club. Let's hear for them. Hi, you guys. I'm Mark Newton. Nice to meet you all. My wife and I work full-time over the hill, and our kindergartner, Jolene, is at Hatch and in Eagle Club. And we love Eagle Club and love the staff very much. So I just wanted to say a heartfelt thank you to all of you. What's your name again? Catalina, congratulations. You're a rock star. I was a middle school and high school principal 4 years to go on the day, so I was also closing a school. My heart goes out to you guys about how difficult it's been. as well as to our teachers. And Mary, you said something about putting kids and outcomes first. Deeply believe in that. Thank you. We know that teachers are the ones that provide the kids and the outcomes first, so totally aligned with focusing on teachers first as we look at the budget. I just wanted to say, I don't know if all of you, if you want to raise a hand, if you have a child, a demanding job, and rapidly aging parents that you're caring for. That's a lot. So I just want to say a big thank you to the board and all decision makers who make sure that we fund Eagle Club. The teachers and staff of Eagle Club are absolutely wonderful. Our family is incredibly grateful to all of you for supporting aftercare as an essential component of our community. In fact, if there was no aftercare at Hatch or at all of our schools, coast-side families wouldn't be able to manage work and their child's schedules. The school day ending early, bless you, without proper aftercare doesn't align with our evolved economy, which requires almost every adult to work full-time, and which historically has put an undue burden on mothers and single parents and puts further stress on the most vulnerable in our community. So we have to have Eagle Club and other free to relatively low-cost options in order to function as families. We need safe and supportive places for our children to transition to that are on our campuses and don't require us to interrupt our work days. So thank you for supporting aftercare programs at our schools, especially Eagle Club. It's an essential service our coastside families rely upon and one that must exist into perpetuity. We love Eagle Club, the staff and teachers, and we're incredibly grateful to them for helping us care for our most precious resource, our children. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Cecilia Velasquez. I am a teacher for Los Listos preschool, as well as Eagle Club. So I'm just here to kind of give you a glimpse, a very small glimpse of what we do, because we do a lot. It's not just the preschool, and it's not just the after-school program. It's a bunch of little components, and we come together and help not only the students, but our families. We do offer the preschool, we work with special education, we do the after-school program, and then alongside with that, we connect families with outside resources like therapy, counseling, tutoring. We have a lot of different little programs. One that I take a lot of pride in is our inclusion program. So I have, my classroom specifically is an inclusion classroom. So I work with the special education team. I have two kiddos. This is our second year. One who was with me last year and now will be graduating in June, and he's going off to kindergarten. I have one other student who just began in October. And I mean, I'm gonna use her as an example because the growth that I've seen in these past months has just been tremendous. And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that she's in a general ed classroom with us, and she has that support from the special education preschool, which is right next door to us. And it's just been great. I was a para-professional before becoming a teacher. I was also a community liaison here at Cunha. So I've been in a lot of IEPs. I've translated, I've been there. And we just had her IEP, and it was one of the most positive IEPs I've ever been to, because the parents and the entire team is just so happy and excited to see how much she's progressed. And this is just the beginning of her journey. This is a foundation, and I feel like this really is setting her on a path to success. And I think it's important that we establish this little, I guess, community. We're expanding, and we're going to be able to provide all these families all these resources that they really need. And I think she's just a great example of this given opportunity to her. And if we can do it for her, I think we can do it for so many other students. So thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Guillermo Carrillo Acosta. I was a student at Half Moon Bay High School. I found out about Eagle Club while doing my community service hours. Ever since that, I asked them about if they had any other opportunities for me, and they offered me a job once graduating high school. Now as a full-time student, working for Eagle Club for about a year. I've seen that many kids are in need of a role model, and there are some kids that struggle academically. In other words, there are some students that could hardly read, hardly do multiplication, and in some cases, simple math like subtraction or addition. I've also seen that some kids may feel neglected at home, but most of the time it's out of necessity for the parents because most of them are working 2 jobs and just to stay afloat because of how expensive it is to live in the Bay Area. And at Eagle Club, we could provide a safe place, give attention to students, and help them succeed academically. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pablo Oropesa. I'm a parent of 2 kids that go to Eagle Club. All the stories today have opened my eyes, and with a lot of gratitude, I want to say thank you for having these programs for these special kids. I've seen my kids grow through Los Listos with this team of professionals that have helped my wife and I develop what they are now. They're very advanced in reading, social skills, and I think to this day, if it wasn't for these people and all of you and the parents that have helped Cunha, Hatch, and the Cougars at the high school, this is our community, and it's very important to have these programs for these kids to continue to grow. And the founders of the programs, which I didn't know, I want to say thank you for having Los Listos, and we got to keep this dream going. As a parent, many thanks, and let's keep on working with these kids and show them the best outcome we could provide for them. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Juan Carlos Rodriguez. I'm a father of 3 boys, 3 kids. My 12-year-old comes to Cunha. He's in 8th grade. And I have 2 kids at Hatch that we do get benefit a lot from Eagles Club as well as Los Listos. So I'd like to talk about my kids that go to Hatch. Our experience with this program has been so amazing. My son, who is in 4th grade, has been attending the Eagles Club since he was in 2nd grade. He has an IEP in place, so it is kind of struggle at a time to get him to do his homework. So Eagle Club has been a great impact on his, Eagle Club has been a great impact on his academic performance at school. Sorry. They help him a lot with his homework and in areas where he struggles. And it is great because there are also other students that are in his classroom that attend, and they are able to work together on their homework assignments. And we're grateful for the Eagles Club teachers. Their dedication and patience has made a big difference on our kids. And also I have a daughter who attends Los Listos preschool, and in my wife's eyes, this preschool has been like a heaven sent. Jessica, she has special needs. She has Down syndrome. So she attended special education for the first half of the 2023. And then she was accepted Los Listos preschool in September 23 in a regular class. Since then, so the classroom are so inclusive, so well structured. The teachers are wonderful and committed to the growth of their students. Jessica, my daughter, she has learned so much since attending. She has made a lot of friends. We were told that her peers tend to gravitate towards her. And this is so important that as early preschool children are taught that we're all different in a unique way, in our own ways. So I see a great future now for my daughter, and it all starts here in our after-school program and pre-K. And we're very fortunate to have our kids to be part of these programs. And these programs have and will make a huge impact on our children's education of the future. Well, thank you so much.
Good evening. You have heard the program perspective. I'm going to talk to you about the fiscal perspective and the facilities perspective. And the name of the game here is integration, 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 which fiscally it can be translated as braiding, braiding, braiding. So that is, when you go out there and look at the program, you do not see the different programs that you are hearing. They know what children are receiving from what program, but what you see is an integrated program. And that was the vision that they had. And to that, we have been working to support with the facilities, and making sure that that they are after is integration. So there is something that cannot be done by only by braiding funding, but rather getting with partnerships. And if we go back to the slide of partnerships, I think some of them have already been called out, but we have the Boys and Girls Club that have a particular mission, and it is in alignment with what happens here. And we get contracts, we establish fiscal connection with Boys and Girls Club to carry out this mission. Workshop education. With workshop education, we also get to support through that program other parents that work collaboratively with the team so that we can get some subsidized rent, but at the same time they're serving our children and they're serving in an integral manner with the team. We also get the connection already. You have had one of the students who serves as role model because it's integrated to the student community service from the high school. And because there is a program there, there is an opportunity to partnership with Second Harvest, with mental health supports like from Star Vista, and professional development that they carry with the College of San Mateo, and of course, the braiding of the funding with the parent literacy for La Costa Adult School. So all of that, behind that, there is funding mechanisms that are braided to come through to serve the mission. At the facilities part of it, if we can take a look at the facilities, the board, when one of the expansion grants came through, it was brought to the board the notion of repurposing those portables that the board authorized us to buy for that expansion. So those portables then, as the evolution of funding came through, the different funding that Leticia was referring to, the state of California investment in different ways to make sure that we brought services in an integrated manner. That's where we came with all the play structures and start looking at how this is going to be serving students based on the mission that was coming through. So that is what has been coming along from the moment that it was 2020, and we closed schools in March of 2020, and we reopened schools with a mission, with a commitment from the state of California through AB 86, which was the ELOP grant, the Expanded Learning Opportunities grant, that was for 2 years. Some of that gave us some money for infrastructure that we were able to do that because it was for the reopening of schools. So that 2 years later became part of what the state of California gave us as Expanded Learning Opportunities program. So the program is something that now is an entitlement based on the number of students that we served. So it has gone from being a grant that allowed us to put some dollars into infrastructure to an entitlement that it's about $1 million. We have 1.2 million to 990, et cetera. So it's not exclusively grants, but rather entitlements. Those are ongoing entitlements that support this. It happens right there, you go back, it happens right there. We have repurposed those portables. That area is being integrated into the mission that you have heard, programmatically how it looks like. We have heard the notion of encroachment. And I just wanted to reiterate to the board and to the public that those are only repurposed classrooms and there is no encroachment. You have seen some work in there on the field. The field still is intact. The field is still what it needs to do. It's still open to see what probable possibilities there are to use that field. And you recently saw last Friday that there was some clearing of the chips, the mulch that was in there that had been placed in there for temporary parking over a year ago. So it was just recently removed, and that area, the whole field is intact. It's intact, waiting for some intervention to see how it can be improved, but it is in the same condition that it has been. It's not safe. The public is using it, the public can use it, but it is something that we cannot just say to our children, go on and be there. Our children can go there with supervision, of course. They can be there, and anybody can be there with in that field. So the next slide gives you then where the gates are going to be located for the fencing of that school. I just wanted to give you the idea that it is encompassing of Hatch and the center, and those gates have can be just pushed out, so anybody from the school can access the field. And there has been the notion of getting it, keeping it open over or getting a mechanism that would get some of those gates open so that the public could come after school or after hours or over the weekend to use the playgrounds of Hatch as it has done before. Such as had a meeting on last on the 12th with a PTO at Hatch, and I assured them that that's what it's in the makes, that's something that it will happen as we finish this project. And how are we doing this? On our next slide, then we have that braiding mechanisms. These are different programs with different monies that we are looking at putting together, but which includes bond dollars. That also includes bond dollars, which are some things that we have brought to the board earlier and letting you know, now we're buying this, now we're buying this, now we're buying a portable, now we're buying this. But because it has been a multi-year approach to this. So I believe that we will finish this by the end of spring, and I think we're planning to have a ceremony out there where we can celebrate all those different services of integration that we have happening out there at that site. So, and the next slide is just to let you know that this work that we are doing there to take putting the finishes at this center does affects very minimally the field, as I showed. Though that field is in need of repairs, and it can be used by the public, as I said, and students. But Dr. McFetrich had mentioned that there are groups that are interested in coming together to see how we can plan for the design and future of what that might look like. So we need a professional analysis and doing the planning, getting some meetings so that we can get stakeholders coming, so that we can then figure out and bring some proposal to the board with a cost of how much it would be, option A, option B, option C, option D, option H, so that we can then get something going for the field, and at a different cost. So we'd be looking at getting some specific planning, engaging in specific planning. And then next slide then is any questions that you might have for Rosalba, for the team, or for myself.
Thank you. Before we have any questions, we have one public comment. Mr. Vincent?
Good evening, board. My name is Marco Vincenti. I live on Valdez, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of a number of families that were very, very surprised as we were going for a beautiful walk in the neighborhood on March 8th to see behind us a number of bulldozers clearing a rather substantial area of the Hatch Field. At that time, I think the group of us kind of had no idea what was going on. So like good folks these days, we turned to Facebook, Nextdoor, text groups that are all connected across the various neighborhoods. And really what we experienced, what I saw was disbelief, anger, misinformation, confusion, and reaction to what seemed like a plan to kind of rip up this field in full motion without neighbors necessarily knowing what the plan was and being notified of these developments. Until that time, I observed a field that, despite its current condition, which could have been improved, was used by families, kids playing soccer, dads throwing the baseball to their kid, dogs running left and right. That certainly has been diminished with the tractors on the field and this kind of very large area that's been opened up. Some PowerPoint presentations were shared across, between the different families. Many of them were outdated. I got this presentation tonight, but even this presentation, the Gantt chart and the project plan does not provide details into 2024 or even 2025. So it leaves a lot to be desired. I think, especially when we think about the Central Avenue plan, there was significant interest to understand whether or not the board would be proceeding with something like option A or something like option B. I know for my part, we would love to see the field maximized. We would love to see as much green space as possible, particularly when we saw those images of Hatch earlier in the evening. All those kids were playing on concrete. They're running circles around a concrete basketball court. They're up against concrete and then a play area. They're mixing concrete and soccer in the same space. It's a tremendous opportunity to maximize the green space, particularly for the interest and the safety of those children. Trees throughout the perimeter was a fabulous idea, and whether or not that certainly could be protected. And I would argue that I think the parents that I represent urge transparency, more frequent updates, and joining a conversation about what might come next, because certainly seeing those tractors out there bulldozing was very alarming for folks, so alarming that I was nominated to come here and speak to all of you tonight. And I would also further urge that precious resources be steered towards immersion programs and education at its core, rather than kind of ripping up and reimagining a beautiful field. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Does the board have any questions on the presentation?
I have not really questions. I have a lot of comments. I'd like to start off by thanking the parents, especially the parents who you could tell don't be nervous, because I'm always nervous coming in. I don't even know what to expect. So I just urge people to come and speak like everyone has done as a community, as individuals, as parents. Come and speak. And thank you for being brave enough to do that. And I always am my heart goes out to the Latino community who's rarely ever present. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí, muchísimas gracias por compartir y no se pongan nerviosos porque yo estoy nerviosa cada vez que yo entro y aquí me tienen todavía. So, muchas gracias y gracias por estar aquí y ojalá que veamos más de representación de la comunidad latina presente y también más que nada alzando su voz y dejándonos saber las necesidades y sus deudas y todo lo que cualquier miembro de la comunidad está haciendo. Muchísimas gracias. And I thank you. I forgot your name. I'm really, if you know me, I'm horrible with names. I can barely remember my name. But yes, you, sir. I thank you for coming. And, oh, okay, so we're even. I thank you for coming and talking and the beautiful thing of knowing that you share a space with a predominantly Latino community who has a lot of richness, a lot of good things to share with the community, and you're here to speak on behalf is very powerful, and I really want to appreciate you for doing that. So thank you for being here.
Yeah, we're blessed.
Thank you. And it's not, it's not easy to be up here and speak. And the second thing I want to say is Los Listos, as I've always said, is just the great stepping stone to a beautiful experience, not only for the parents, but for the children. And I mean, not only for the children, but also for the families. I've seen that a lot of Los Listos graduates will have parents who, with minimal amount of English or a significant amount of English knowledge, become very involved, just like we have the Mr. Oropesa. Yes, and and he started off with us at Los Listos, and now he's part of a committee. So it's very empowering and so important to have you guys and the parent in the back who speaks about all the wonderful things that your daughter was able to gain by being in an inclusive general class. So thank you so much, and I hope that you continue this advocacy, you continue being involved and supporting your children and the community, because even though they're not your children, the children that are with your children are also part of the community. And so when you help the other children in a very unique way, you're helping your own children as well. So thank you so much. And then I also want to say, just echo on what Dr. Contreras said about the integration and the braiding. I think it's just, it's great. I think it's great that portable is being placed in that school, because those are services for those kids and those families. And a lot of the families, for different reasons, some of them working, never able to step on campus, and language barriers, transportation, for whatever reason, don't really feel welcomed. And so now that we have a family engagement and an after-school program where people after hours are going to probably come in and see the space and know that it's not only, it's a welcoming space for their school, because it is their school. And we could talk about moving it to the DO, but they are not DO students. They are Hatch students, and they belong in Hatch. And it's like that medicine metaphor. It's like you take medicine and they always have side effects, but does the medication outweigh the benefits? And I feel like it is unfortunate that, there is some green space being taken away. I do apologize for the lack of transparency and the lack of, I think we could always do better. There's always room for improvement, and I will acknowledge that. And as part of a board member, I will apologize to the community for that. And I think we can do better. But I do also, highly, I believe that the sacrifice of that small space is very worth the, it's worth the sacrifice, and it outweighs the benefits. Like I said, some of these kids, you don't know them, but if they're in the same school that your students are going, and they're going to school in the same community that you live in, it would be to your benefit to support them and uplift them in a way that they can also be successful. And successful students, successful citizens, and successful people to contribute to the coast side. The other thing I wanted to say is, I wanted to tell Guillermo Carrillo, qué placer y orgullo de conocerte. Tienes tanta razón, hay muy pocos latinos, sin embargo, hay una falta de una imagen de un latino que es una persona positiva y a lo mejor todavía estás muy joven, tienes mucho que contribuir y muchas gracias, de verdad. Es un orgullo y un placer de conocerte y ojalá que sigas adelante y sigas apoyando a la comunidad y sigas ya depende qué quieras hacer en tu profesión, pero que sigas contribuyendo y dando para atrás a la comunidad, porque hay tantos niños que te necesitan. Muchísimas, muchísimas gracias. Ceci, gracias, muchas gracias por todo. Y otra cosa, ¿qué otra cosa? Lo último es nada más recordar que esta comunidad tenemos un poquito de todo, eso es importante contribuir y recordarnos que si los hijos de los demás también están siendo apoyados y están triunfando, eso te va a beneficiar a tus hijos, porque aunque tú no conozcas a los niños y no conozcas a las familias de estos niños, ellos son los que están con tus hijos la mayoría del tiempo cuando están aquí. And then just really quick in English, I just wanted to just commend Guillermo for being and stepping up as a positive male role model in our community. There is very little of that, and so to see you come straight from high school and do that, I don't want to make you embarrassed, but honestly, you should be proud. You're very young, and I don't know where you will be going professionally, but I hope that you always remember this opportunity that you've given kids, and you reach out and you help the community, because there are a lot of kids who are in need of young men like yourself. So thank you so much. And I just, like I said, just want to remind everybody that even though that these kids, you will never talk to them, and maybe you will never, speak with their families, these are the kids that are going to be and are around your children for the same reason that they're in Hatch. And so by supporting them and helping them and allowing them to strive, you're also supporting and helping your own kids, because it's just creating a much better community. So sometimes we forget that. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Graciela, Rosalba, muchísimas gracias. Muchas gracias.
I just want to thank you all too. As Mary Beth said, I tend to be the nerd that looks over the packet and asks all my questions to Sean like Monday morning, 8 o'clock, and gets my email of lots of questions. And so thank you to staff for addressing all of the answers to all of my questions within your presentations. Thank you. I also want a full disclosure, say I was the board member that Sean referred to earlier with the autism proclamation and I'm always asking, and a certain principal in the back row knows, because we talked about this too with regards to our LGBTQ students earlier this week too. We've got to take the step to go past including students. Say, hey, come to my party, right? So my party, and I make all the rules and I do all the decorations, but you can come to it, right? Versus having a place where students belong. And I feel like this early education program and this after-school program, and Ceci spoke about serving the families holistically as well. I think that's a place of belonging that's really been much needed for our community here on the coast side. And so I'm really appreciative that that's happening. I think we do have experiences with other programs. Spanish immersion came up today. I've had one of my kids went through immersion, one did not. I'm happy to speak with families about that as well. But I think we need to not assume that there's just one way to engage with each other. It's literally everything that we do is an opportunity to engage or to disengage with each other, right? We can be here and we can look at each other and say, I see you and I hear you and I appreciate you. We might disagree sometimes in different things, but I think we always have to look for that opportunity if we want an integrated school district to be actually looking at each other And when we have questions, I encourage people, it's easy to just, hey, ask your friends and chit chat and go on social media and see what the buzz is. And then, we know this about social media in particular, right? We get in our little bubbles in person, we get in our little bubbles online. And online, of course, things magnify really quick. And usually, as someone mentioned earlier, there's not all the real information. So I would definitely encourage people when they have questions, ask the person in charge. If you don't know who's in charge, guess what? Dr. McFetridge or your successor one day, superintendent of the school, always couldn't, if they don't have the answers and they'll be honest about that, they will find the answers for you or you refer you to the person with the answers. So ask the person who knows, ask the person who's in charge. Social media probably is not your best source of information that is accurate or up to date. So I just wanted to say that too. I just wanted to ask a huge favor. I've never done this in a board meeting, but this was so important. Could I take your picture of all of you? Can you just come up? No, for yourselves, and they'll give it to you because I'm really so excited. I don't know what happened to my microphone. I'm so excited. Well, yeah, just go. Jesus, you too. And Guillermo also, like what Lizette said, everything. Rosa, all the people who present. Yeah, come to the front. Come stand up in the front because you were all. No, I'm just gonna take them. They just present, just the presenters. Thank you though. Just because you did such an amazing job working together, and you're such a. I tell this to the Pilarcitos folks too. They always laugh at me because it's like they know how special it is to have a group of people that is seeing each other, caring for each other, lifting each other up. And I think that serves as a model for our community. So I'm going to take your picture and I'll send it to Rosalva so she could send it to you guys. La familia. Okay. Hola familia. Muchas gracias. So thank you.
Thank you. And as someone who worked full-time, I can tell you how important that after-school care is. And I'm still working full-time. So the nights get long. Go ahead.
It's hard to follow up with those two. They're all good, but I actually do have a question. I want to say first that I do appreciate all the voices you brought here tonight for this presentation. It's really very meaningful to hear from so many different people with so many, different experiences. So thank you for that. I do have a question, and I know you've brought in so much money for this program, but I did hear you say about a wait list. And I do wonder if there are any plans. I mean, I know there's so many kids you're helping that were not helped before, but is there any plans to try to get more funds so that you could take care of some of the wait list?
So, we have about 24 kids on our wait list. And I believe that with this funding, and with the new portable that we're adding, that would help, correct? Yes, you can go.
So is it a funding problem or a space problem?
It's space problem.
Why can't you use space at Hatch?
We don't have any more space.
You can't use the classrooms, I guess.
That's something. Well, the ELO program, basically, we have to provide 210 days of services. We're part of a 9-day hour service, basically the school day plus a few more hours in the afternoon, and it provides services. We have been able to do camps and scholarships with Boys and Girls Club because of the space. So, for instance, over in El Granada, we have Dolphin Club as our sibling in another school, and we have a few more, probably 30 more ELOP recipients that are not in that program, that we need to provide services during breaks, school breaks, such as President's Week, spring break, and summer. To have a year-round Eagle Club or ELOP program, we do need more space. And with the space comes staff. And with the staff comes professional development. This is the first year after 3 consecutive years that we're going to be at it, and I can't wait so I can see the things that we need to do better. Because it's not going to be sana or slap in the hand. It's going to be more like, this is the areas that you need to grow. They want us to exceed 80% of services, which we already did. We're at 90%. Our next kind of a big mountain to climb is the academic part. And what we're trying to do is, yes, we can probably provide more support to those waitlisted students, but some of them are not recipients. We have to create a scale, and Mark mentioned about it, low cost after-school childcare, and we're working towards that with our internally, and also we belong to Region 4 for expanded learning. That's where I go and have meetings and being able to provide. So I'm going to be talking to you hopefully in September about a pay, low-fee after-school care for those who we place in wait list.
And can, as far as space goes, can you not use multi-purpose room or classrooms where the kids are gone for the day? Or?
Yes, so we can. That is an option. But because we did have the funding from the multiple sources, the slide where Jesus talked about, the slide specifically where Jesus talked about how that extra portable was funded, we also, I think when kids get out at 2, there's about an hour to an hour and a half where kids would just kind of have to hang out until the teachers get released from the classroom at 3:30, because contractually we need the classroom at 3:30. But there are school sites that have done that. Actually, most districts in the county use the model of pushing into the classroom. So we're very lucky to have that extra space at Hatch Elementary School and the current, the old kindergarten portables, because we are able to like not have to like put a time on a classroom teacher to say, okay, from this point on, your classroom becomes an
so it's that time.
It's well
getting
scheduled.
out in
Yeah.
3 and
And if you remember, kinder is dismissed for the first 6 weeks early, and we don't have the space because we only have like 20 minutes between our finishing our preschool, and it's the same classrooms that TK and kinder uses for expanded learning. And then we have 210 over at Hatch, which is the first to third grade, and then a 3 o'clock bell. And then we have minimum days, and then we have lluvia, air, all those other elements that make it really difficult. Even the walking bus, we call it a walking bus, the fifth graders who come from Hatch over here, we had to build a little space for storms, winds, and who knows what else, right behind the multi-use room. So we constantly trying to be innovative, but safety of the kids come first. And again, is basically the space and los profesores, the teachers that we need.
Great, thank you. And then I just had a comment as well about not having information. I mean, I have to tell you that we have one of the most accessible superintendents ever. So if people ever have questions about what's going on, email him. He's very responsive. And, you know, if it's not, he's not the appropriate person, he will get you to the appropriate person. So I really want to encourage people, and I should have said that in my public comments. You can always come to us, but really, I mean, he's the guy that works here full-time, and he runs the place, and he's very accessible. So if you have questions or, you know, there's no sense getting all worried and worked up about something when it might have a simple explanation, and if it doesn't, then maybe it's something that needs to be looked into. So I do encourage you to reach out, because he tries to be very accessible, and I'm proud of him that he does that. So please take advantage of that.
Thank you, everybody. I would suggest that we take a bio break and come back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Gamet will introduce the presentation, and thank you for being with us, Mr. Gamet, and his wonderful teacher and our wonderful teacher, Mr. Brian Feltz, here tonight.
Not yet. Thank you all. Is that now? Oh, there we go. Thank you all very much. Board President Hines, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent McFetridge, and staff, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you once again about adult school over at La Costa. Mostly, I just wanted to give you guys a brief reminder about what we do and talk to you a little bit about some things that have been going on as of late, some things that we're very excited about. First of all, just to remind you what our mission really is, and the mission of adult education in the state of California is we provide short-term training and resources to get adults into higher-paying, mid-level jobs. That's really our main focus. So how do we do that? So our biggest class is our ESL classes. Those are going on right now. And thank goodness we have so many amazing teachers in the district. We have Claudia Frank, who many of you may remember from years, and not too many years, I don't want to say it, but many years at Hatch Elementary's covering Brian's class. She also teaches with us on a fairly regular basis. We also have our high school diploma and equivalency program. I'm very happy to report when it comes to that program, for the first time this year, the La Costa Adult School has some graduates. And so we are going to be, I think we have at least one who wants to walk the stage, so we're really excited about that. We're going to have some graduates this spring. K-12 Success. That was a program that Leticia and Jesus were mentioning when they were talking about the parent education that's going on over at Hatch. We have an amazing teacher working with them, Kai Lindbergh, who I believe was introduced to me by you. Yeah. And we have a small but mighty group over there of adult parents who leave their kids in the morning to go to school, and rather than going back to the parking lot to the car, they turn around and they go to their own classroom. And they are studying English. It's basically an ESL class that's taught through the lens of being a parent in the United States education system, the system that we have here in California. And workforce training, which I'm also going to get in a little bit. We've got some new programs coming up in a couple of days, about 4 days. So really excited about everything that's going on. We, just as a reminder, this is really the model of what we're doing. English as a second language and high school diploma, leading to adult basic education and leading into job or career training, and at the very end, a new job or career. This is one of our new big programs. We've been trying to get this one going. We had been trying to get this program off the ground with the College of San Mateo. It just wasn't working out, so now we are doing this program on our own. We're really, really excited to be offering the Senior Home Care Aid Certificate. And basically what we're going to do, you can see right there in our program topics, we're covering those, all of those pieces in the same model that I've talked about here before, such as that we're going to have a teacher who is a registered nurse who's going to be teaching the medical part. And then we have Graham Westwood, that many of you may know from up at the high school, is going to be teaching the in-class part about how to be a good learner, how to study, how to prepare for tests, how to take notes in class. It's going to make sure that our students are successful in this program. So we're really excited. This one starts next Tuesday. And I am really excited to say that if anyone is listening to this and they haven't signed up and they want to do so quickly, because we are almost full. So that was surprising and very, very exciting. So really looking forward to that class going on. We got some help from the adult school in Tamalpais and the adult school down in Santa Cruz. Without their help, this would not have come together. So we're really excited that we got that help from our partners across the state. I'm going to take these next couple of slides, with your permission, a little bit out of order, because I think there's a really interesting story to tell. So as you may have remembered, we were recognized by our Congresswoman for the excellence in our program. And right after we received this certificate, Congresswoman Anna Hsu came to the Cabrillo Unified School District. There she is, and Sophia's right there talking. And one of the things that they were talking about was a program. If you look right over her shoulder there, it says Internet for All. And what that is that was a program, the Federal Communications Administration, part of the infrastructure bill that passed, that made it so that we could get tablets and internet and technology out to rural parts of the country. And lo and behold, we had last Tuesday our first big La Costa Adult School open house. And as a part of our open house, we were able to take advantage of a program that was in partnership with T-Mobile to provide tablets, 10-inch tablets to students, or to any adult who made less than $90,000 in the community, 10-inch tablet, for a one-time fee of $11 that came with 5 years of free 4G internet that could be used for students to study at home, watching TV, all the things that you could potentially want to do with internet, and that would make sure that we were getting internet into people's houses. If you look there, we've got some pictures of our little registration booth. We got our tent out and set up. We had some amazing tacos that were so good that night. And then we had a bunch of partners from the community. So it wasn't just T-Mobile that was there and helping out with us. We had ALAS. We had the library. The library comes to everything. It was absolutely amazing. Coastside Hope. We had the county came with their immigrant services. And we had the Montera, you see they're changing the sign there, credit union, coming and signing people up for new accounts and helping people to get engaged in the banking system. And we're going to be working with them more over the summer with some of our summer classes. So really excited about that. But now to the heart of the matter, because let's be real. Schools are not great buildings or great books. It's really about the great relationship between a student with an amazing teacher. And really, I think when it comes to that, like any great thing that is hard and that is serious, that you have to do, there is an art piece to it and there is a science piece to it. The science of knowing the actual structure and function of lessons and parts of lessons and how to deliver new information to people such that that a variety of learners will be able to take in and really process that information. And the art to know how to really reach out and connect with someone, not just on a knowledge level, but really on an emotional level to give them the confidence to really embody and understand new ideas. And I've been fortunate enough to work with the California Commission on Adult Education, and Brian Feltz is that teacher. If you walk into his classroom, you will see a just completely dialed in knowledge of instruction from both the science and the art of it. And Brian was here when I first got to the La Costa Adult School, and his level of instruction and his work with students, after spending an entire day working with the littles, comes in and is there, heart and soul, for our adult students. And so I just wanted to bring Brian up here. I wanted him to show, we have a wonderful, we have the plaque. There we go, see? But there you go. Thank you for clearing it up. But truly just one of the most amazing instructors I've ever had the honor of working with. So Brian, if you would step up, say a few words.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. So thank you to the board, district administration. Wow. Thank you for those kind words, Mr. Gammett. I do appreciate that. I'm thankful and humbled to receive this type of award. I often think that teachers, at least it's my opinion, that sometimes teachers toil in anonymity for much of the time. Rarely seen and often talked about, but this recognition and this honor, I really couldn't have done with or achieved it without my peers, my other teachers. So I'd like to dedicate this award to the educators that are in this room still, and then the ones who, of course, weren't able to be here tonight. Without them, I wouldn't have learned, I wouldn't have developed drive to give as much as I want to give to the community here in Half Moon Bay. I came to La Costa the year out of the pandemic. They didn't have teachers. They didn't have teachers for their ESL level 3. They couldn't get anybody to come in and work and take the position. And I got an email from the former director, or there was a blanket email sent out to the district from the former director looking for teachers to come in. And, you know, at first I was like, I don't know, you know, teaching adults, I'm not sure about that. But the more and more I thought about it, the more and more I realized that if someone didn't come in, that those people were going to lose. Those people, those students were going to lose. And I don't like to see people lose. So I went in and I sat in on a class, and the next thing I knew, I was there. And I haven't left since, and it has become something just of a joy for me. La Costa certainly is a hidden gem here in the district, and you know, it is also certainly an agent for change. And so I just again want to thank Mr. Gammett for nominating me. Thanks to the board and the district for allowing me to speak, and thank you. Appreciate it.
Brian Fultz, there you go. So that is all we have this evening for you all. Thank you very much for your time. Certainly open to any questions you might have right now.
I'm on a roll today, so I'm going to go first.
A ver.
Muchísimas gracias. I do agree. I think that, like Mr. Feltz had said, it is a hidden gem. And thank you to you, Drew, for helping polish it and making it shine so much more. I think all of the work and all of the energy and all of the just the passion you have has shown, and you are like, you know, it's amazing how you have brought a group of people who have no reason really in their mind thinking to be there, because they're losing, you know, money, they're losing time to sleep, time to be with their family, and sometimes those long-term, you know, end goals are so out of reality for so many people. And when you have amazing teachers like Mr. Felt, who has demonstrated that, you know, he cares about his students, not only do you give these people a much better opportunity for their future and their families, but you give them a reason to be there. And belonging is so important. And I agree, it's the relationships of these teachers, these amazing, amazing teachers like you, Mr. Feltz. And I just want to thank everybody. And it's not easy working with adults, but you know, it's just so amazing. I from the bottom of my heart, thank you so, so much.
Thank you.
I just want to add to the thanks, and can I take your picture too? Because we need a souvenir for Brian also,
There you go.
and for Drew.
All right, right here.
We need to see the award.
Oh, there you go.
Put
Yeah,
it-
there you go.
Yeah, hold us, wait a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't know, it's such a cool thing what you said, Brian, about like kind of like thinking, getting a little bit out of your comfort zone. And you know, I had the opportunity, I believe it or not, spent much of my college and graduate school life tutoring and teaching to like get by, to be able to like pay my bills and stuff. And I did a little bit of like tutoring a woman that was a Korean immigrant learning to speak English. And it's really hard. But I could also relate to what we talked about the other day too, when I dropped by at the open house, which is like, it is also so satisfying on a different level to be working kind of with a peer, but helping a peer. And it's a different kind of relationship with an adult that you have than what you have with a younger child or youth. So I think that's really cool that you saw that opportunity and saw it as a spark and applied your ability to be present with people and to see them and not only leverage your technical skills, but also your human skills of communication and connection. that is the magic. So thank you for doing that, and it's super, I haven't seen you in action tremendously, but just from the interactions, I can see that how well-deserved that award is. And Drew, also, again, we said we're gonna keep this pretty short, and I'm going to, but I can't not say how much you've done. We worked together on the Coastside Recovery Initiative a few years ago after the pandemic. I had pulled together a group of folks, including Drew, to really be able to get people together on the coast side that had an understanding of the need for workforce development and also people that had the tools. So Drew, you're more on the tools side, and you could see how much you've taken it and run with the programs that you've developed. Like this elder care thing is really huge. It's something that we desperately need broadly, and here on the coast side, as our population ages, somebody's got to take care of our elder adults. It also feeds into just keeping our community close and keeping people here if they can age in place and being able to take care of family members. It's not easy taking care of a family member, but if you can have people in our community that can work together to take care of our elders, I think that's really amazing. So I'm thrilled that your course has that there's been the interest to do it, because I think there's huge need, and I think it will be hugely beneficial to people that, and satisfying on multiple levels to people that participate in that. So I just wanted to thank you for that too.
Thank you. And I just wanted to mention real quick, this has actually come together since I did the board presentation, but the Coastside Collaborative, we created an educational subgroup for other organizations that teach adult classes in the community, and we're actually going to do a calendaring meeting the second Monday in April, so that we make sure that we're not, because there was a little bit of an issue when I got here that a lot of different organizations were teaching classes of exactly the same stuff. And so we're going to just sit down. We're not telling anyone what to do, but just tell us your calendar.
Yep.
And we'll just share that information. See if
Thank
we
you.
can avoid
That's
some of
great. That collaboration's awesome. Thank you.
right.
Ditto on the thanks. Any other comments, questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. And please come by anytime.
Congratulations to you both.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is item 5C, our Go Bond and Parcel Tax Surveys result.
Tonight, Joe Crump is here from Dale Scott and Company, DS&C, which the board contracted with. Thank you very much. This is great. For geo bond and parcel tax surveying and geo bond parcel tax supervision. And you'll hear a little bit here about the work that DS&C did late fall to gather some data about public perceptions about bond and parcel tax. We've been using a lot of bond money lately for the modernization that has been approved after a facilities master plan for El Granada and Farallon View. And this is a good way to get the board started to think about a potential bond for more facilities upgrades and capital outlay, and a potential parcel tax, particularly as I see it, for employee salary increases, compensation increases. So Joe, thank you very much, and take it away.
Thank you, Sean.
Sorry, and your colleague Dale Scott is here himself, so thank you very much for coming, Dale.
Yeah, great timing. Yeah, thank you, Sean. My name is Joe Crump from Dale Scott and Company. Good evening, everyone. So as Sean said, I'm going to go over a couple of surveys, voter surveys that were conducted within the district late last year. The first survey related to a potential bond measure on the November 2024 ballot. And the other survey related to a potential parcel tax measure on the November 2024 ballot. So if we look at the first slide, the survey was conducted, or both surveys were conducted in Spanish and English. Each survey had about 175 participants. Most of the participants were reached via cell phone, either a phone call or through text. Some were reached from a landline or email. The average length of the survey was about 12 to 13 minutes, and there was a margin of error on the survey of 7.5%. So typically for a survey, the general range for margin of error is about 4% to 8%, so it's a little bit on the higher end of that range, but just keep that in mind as we look through the results in the next few slides. Another thing to mention is the way this survey is conducted is when the person answers the phone, the first question is, do you plan to vote in November 2024? If the answer is no, then that concludes the survey and that person is not part of the survey. So all of the respondents to this survey plan to vote in November 2024. So before we get to some more questions about the projects or tax rates and some of that detailed information, we asked a few general questions, and here was the first one. Do you have or have you ever had any children or grandchildren who attended in the past or are now attending a school in Cabrillo Unified School District? And a full 51% of survey respondents said no, that they had no family members or that have attended the district either now or in the past. So the results are interesting because I think generally we all think of the constituents of a school district as parents, students, and that's certainly true. But when we think about a GO bond, we have to be mindful of the fact and remember the fact that a lot of the people voting on a bond are not closely connected with the school district. They don't have close family ties, and they might not really be paying attention to what is going on at the district. So I think so one of the advantages of the surveys, we'll kind of get to see what those people are thinking. All right, another question that was asked for both surveys was, do you agree or disagree that Cabrillo Public Schools are our community's most important asset and should be our number one priority? And 75% agree with that statement. So even though half of the voters in the district, are not maybe totally up to date on exactly what the district's doing, 3/4 say, yes, we agree that public schools in the district are our most important priority. And the last question, or the last general question we asked is, do you agree or disagree that quality schools increase property values? 91% agree. So, it's hard to find any question that 91% of people agree on. So that's a good sign that even people that are not participating in the school district still recognize the value of local schools and the value of what you all are doing. All right, another question we asked is, how do you get information about the district? About 30% said friends, family, or district employees. Another 30% said the Half Moon Bay Review. And there were smaller portions, district communications, social media, website, public meetings. So, quite a variety there. And early in the survey, we get to the question. We have some ballot language there in gray, and the survey participants were asked, if the election were held today, would you vote yes to approve the bond measure for $130 million or no to reject? And in this initial question, 50% of respondents said yes. And if the answer was, I don't know, then there would be a follow-up question. Is that a lean yes or lean no? So we have a lean yes here of 11%. And so if we group those totals together, 50 plus 11, that is 61% of the voters right off the bat are either yes or lean yes. So then we get into questions about projects. So this is not comprehensive, but we're giving you an example of some of the key projects that tested very well. Ensure ADA accessibility, construct TK preschool and after-school facilities, provide solar energy to help save on costs, solar panels, And at the bottom, construct below market rental housing for teachers and staff. So all of these voters, more than 55% of voters said they would be more likely to support the bond because of each of these projects. And also, just to explain the colors here, so more likely is dark blue, less likely is dark red. We also have a couple of other categories, so something called no difference yes. So what that means is the person answered and said, this project won't make any difference whether or not I'll vote for the bond, but those people had previously said that they do support the bond or are leaning yes. So no difference yes basically means this project doesn't move the needle for me, but I already said that I am inclined to support the bond. And with no difference no, it's the reverse where the person said, this project doesn't really move the needle for me, but previously they had said they were either a no or a lean no. So yeah, just to explain what that breakdown means. All right, so we got into another category of questions where we ask more detailed questions about teacher-staff housing. So for example, the first one is, rental housing will make the district more competitive. So over 60% of survey participants said that would make them more likely to vote for the GO bond. Second, teachers and staff could live within the community where they work. Similar numbers, about a little over 60% said more likely to vote for the bond. And finally, the GO bond would allow the district to construct below market rent for teachers and staff. Again, very similar, a little over 60% said this would make them more likely to vote for the bond. There are also some other items. These are what we call taxpayer protections, just facts that ensure voters that the money is being spent wisely, that there's oversight. These typically test very well. So the top one, funds spent locally can't be taken by the state. Over 80% of voters said that would make them more likely to vote for the bond. So this kind of helps inform messaging, how we craft the ballot language, what types of things we want to highlight. The other really good performing one was many projects would qualify for state matching funds, and full public disclosure would be required for all of the bond spending. We also tested tax rate sensitivity. So this one's kind of an interesting one because there are two items here. The top one is the bond would cost less than 3 cents per $100. The second one was the bond would cost less than $30 per 100,000 of assessed valuation. So those are actually the same number, just two different ways to say it. Sometimes voters tend to prefer one or the other. They're pretty similar, but it looks like the cents per 100 works a little bit better. I think that's oftentimes a little easier to understand than the larger number, but it does vary. All right, so finally, when we get through all those projects, and there's also more in the actual survey, but this is kind of an abbreviated version, the participant is asked again, if the election were held today, would you vote yes to support the bond or no to reject the bond? And we're comparing before information versus after information. So again, before, the yes and lean yes was 61% total. After the survey participants are given information about the projects and the tax rate, that rises to 57% yes, 7% lean yes, so that's 64%. So we have a 3% increase in either yes or lean yes. So now we're going to cover some similar slides, but this is for the parcel tax. So the initial question about parcel tax support, and I should mention, I think I might have mentioned it earlier, going back one slide. The threshold, again, for a GO bond is 55%. So, keep that in mind as you see those numbers. But for a parcel tax, it's 2/3, so about 66, 67%. So the initial support for the parcel tax, and this is a separate survey, separate participants, was 63% yes, and 10% lean yes. So about 73% either yes or leaning yes. And again, we have that, plus or minus 7.5% margin of error to keep in mind. And again, we get into some projects. So expand STEAM classrooms and programs, almost 80% more likely. Increased wages for teachers and staff, 80% more likely. Also strong support for supporting visual and performing arts and expanding career tech programs and classes. We have similar questions, taxpayer protections. Again, these are very strongly supported. Voters are much more likely to support the parcel tax if they know of these things, that funds will be spent locally. Full public disclosure will be required. And we also looked at tax rate sensitivity for the parcel tax. So the first item was if the parcel tax would cost $185 per parcel per year. The second was 10 cents per building area square foot. And then the last was a cost of $245 per parcel per year. So these numbers are kind of low, but it's important to keep in mind this is really just, how does this move the needle for you? Does this make you more likely or less likely? So we don't expect these numbers to be as high as the projects, but you can kind of get a sense of which of these works better and which doesn't work quite as well. And finally, the survey participants were asked again, if the parcel tax election were held today, would you vote yes or no after receiving all of that information that we've gone through? And so now, after that information, the total yes is 70%, so over that 2/3 threshold. And then we also have a lean yes of 8%. So essentially with yes, lean yes, we've gone from 73% to 78%. And just kind of a brief overview of, some steps for the timing going forward. If the district does want to proceed with a bond and parcel tax, at some point, I think prior to August, I think that's the deadline, the board would have to bring resolutions to approve those measures and place them on the ballot. Election would obviously be in November, and then a new bond can be issued as early as spring of 25. Parcel tax can be placed on the 25-26 fiscal year tax levy. And so, that is the results of the surveys and just the overall timetable, but I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When does language, if we were to put either of these to go forward on the ballot, when does the language have to be crafted?
Yeah, great question. So our firm would help with that. I believe, again, I would have to check on this, but I think the deadline for the county is August, so they have to have the resolution, including project list, ballot language, as you mentioned, tax rate statement, which shows the projected tax rates. So we would work on that, and I would guess you would probably have to do that July at the latest, but I defer to you, Sean, if you're thinking of.
Well, I just remember coming into the district, when I was coming in the district, and I think you were approving the language right as I was coming in the district. If we could bring language earlier than July is kind of like a.
That's kind of,
quiet month. And I think the board would probably benefit from something like this, as would the community and the public, to see it several times. That's been an interest voiced by the community and by our board members. I do want to stop here and say that we did have a public comment on this. It wasn't there, but it was written in.
Thank you for that. From Jeff Chanley. I'll vote for a bond or partial tax if it includes an independent auditor to investigate the district's budget and expenditures for the last 3 years. Public confidence needs to be restored, and sunlight, as they say, is the best disinfectant. So thank you for the reminder. Other questions?
I'll say thank you for the work. This is really great and really helpful to see the systematic kind of assessment of the pulse of our community on their thoughts on these different things, and just well done on the research. I've done market research before too in a previous life, and I know it's the way that you ask things, you have to be very careful to just make sure that the data are useful. And so I think that you, just looking at what you've done, you did a good job. And I'm very grateful for that, because it makes us actually useful for decision making, as Mary Beth said earlier. I'm curious if maybe you guys on the back end, our parcel tax right now is $150 a year per parcel. And I could probably do this math too, that incremental $35 to get to 185, like, do we know how much more that would be by any chance, or we would have to work up those numbers?
Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head, but
Yeah, more.
it would be more money.
Probably about like 15% more or something like that, I guess, because it's 35, it's not quite 200, so it's half of 35-ish. That's my Kaplan math, by the way.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I mean, if you think about it on guesstimating, $150 per parcel generates about a $1.6 million in tax. If you went to 200, that's about 25% of the 1.6, about 400,000, might get you to 2 million.
Yeah, okay.
My colleague Rosie has asked
Yeah.
about the 10 cents per square foot, and I think this is important to point out. We actually met with the folks that, it's another acronym.
Oh, yeah, ICON, ISIS?
No, not ISIM, but it was, anyway, we did meet with the folks who do the parcel tax calculations. And we had looked, and this has been a discussion for years now about a per square foot parcel tax. And we had discussed that. And it is ironic that when we looked at that and sliced and diced that, there are many parcels that are undeveloped. And by doing a per square foot parcel tax, we actually wound up losing money because of all the undeveloped parcels. And so thus, and as you saw also from the survey, the undeveloped did not poll well. What polls well is sort of a more understandable rate, meaning 3 cents on, you know, $100, I think, and then saying it's per parcel and not per square
It makes
foot.
sense, because when people see 10 cents per building or square foot, I love the idea of the progressive parcel tax, but most people are gonna be like, I don't know how much that means for my house and whatever, so I can see that. Like, maybe you can include some examples, but bottom line, if the numbers would end up to be like, the improved lots would be paying so much more than because you'd have to offset the unimproved lots, that it would make that really too expensive, then it's not really the right thing to do in our community. I would, that's what that kind of tells me, so that's interesting.
Question, I think when we did our one-on-ones, you mentioned language that goes in there for the parcel tax, and I saw that the sample was like listing all of the schools. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so we didn't just include it in this abbreviated version, but yeah, one of the things we tested, there was a split sample in the initial survey. So in each survey, there were 2 different groups that were given slightly different questions. And one of them was given ballot language just listing Cabrillo Unified School District, but not individual schools. There was another ballot language, another group, that was given all of the school names. And that one performed significantly better, I think, because a lot of people they might not be really familiar with the district at large, but they identify more with the individual schools. So that polled better. So in this version of the survey, we only included ballot language with school names.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So just for direction, for next steps, I would propose, since President Hines asked that we would bring back ballot language in a meeting probably later this spring, or June, so that you could finally approve in August. Okay, thank you.
Sounds good. Yeah, and I would add, I don't know if it belongs here later, just as far as those next steps, kind of an updated facilities master plan as it relates to the bond piece of this.
Yes, Dr. Contreras and I have talked about that, and I think in the month or two ahead, we can get a list to capture sort of what measures S&M have been spent on. We know that Hatch was rebuilt sort of soup to nuts. We know that Farallon View is currently, a quarter of its way, first half and summer, toward being completed on $25 million worth of work approximately. And we're still waiting on the coastal development permit, crossing my fingers and toes for El Granada, but I think that's going to go forward and start construction for about shy of $50 million. So, but we will bring a comprehensive list of all the different projects.
That'd be great.
Okay.
For the bond piece of this.
Yeah, absolutely, so that folks can know what we spent it on, what we are spending it on.
What's left, what we
sure.
can do with what's left, and then what we need more for.
Perfect.
And a little bit of the what's changed over time since we approved those measures too, because certainly the pandemic brought in a lot of different things. The state funding right now for the matches, which I think we were hoping we'd get some state funding for matches, which we haven't been able to do. Just the costs going up and like all those kind of little qualitative factors that have influenced, where we are. I think would be helpful.
I thought it was interesting in this presentation, and I encourage to point other people back to the presentation online, was that the questions that polled really well were workforce housing. So with that, we'll transition to our next agenda item.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Dale, for being here also. As we transition to the next report, this is the Workforce Housing Updated Plan presentation. I want to welcome Alan Katz and Chris White of Brookwood Advisors. As a matter of introduction, you've seen these gentlemen before. They did community engagement in October. These are the guys who worked with Jefferson Union High School District on their sort of world-famous award-winning project. And take it away, Chris and Alan. Thank you. I also want to welcome Mike Noche from the city of Half Moon Bay, who has been instrumental because I think it is tied to the interest of both Half Moon Bay and the Cabrillo Unified School District. It's part of Half Moon Bay's workforce housing kind of strategy, and they were the ones, I want to thank Mike and Matthew Chittister and Jill Ekus and John Dowdy and those folks for calling me some time ago and saying, hey, are you guys thinking about workforce housing? We'd like to work with you. So thank you very much, Mike Noche, for being here.
Thank you, Dr. McFetridge and trustees and to the community. We're thrilled to be here to talk about housing, in particular because we have an update to share on the design of the project, and we're really excited to share this publicly for the first time. I'm Chris White, it's my partner Alan Katz, over the principals of Brookwood Partners. We're strategic advisors and development consultants working exclusively with school districts on this type of work. And we'll talk to you tonight about next steps. So we'll look at the timeline of what we've done in the project, the project design that we presented during outreach last year, the feedback received, and what we did to update the project based on that feedback and next steps. So I'm going to spend a little time talking about the problems that we see working with school districts all across the region. The districts are underfunded, and the cost of living driven by housing costs continue to skyrocket. It's making it really difficult for teachers and staff to live generally, but also in the community that they serve, which is really important. This is a problem for CUSD and many other districts. Local housing costs have been growing at more than 5%, and this has historically outpaced school district revenues. And so we anticipate this trend to continue into the future. We understand how difficult this is. There's a huge shortage of housing at all kinds of income range levels, and we're passionate about helping school districts try to tackle this problem. Dr. Petridge mentioned the Jefferson Union project in Daly City that has really been successful and made a difference in the lives of the employees of that district. It's helped them attract and retain teachers, and they started the school year with no openings for the first time after that school project opened. We think this is a model that can work for CUSD and the community here. Other districts around the region are doing it. Pacifica recently approved 70 units of workforce housing, and other districts in South San Francisco, Redwood City, really anyone who has land that they can use is looking at pursuing this right now. We understand it's important. Teacher pay is an important factor, but the money that is used for a housing project is money that cannot be used on salaries. This is a really important point. It's a different pot of money, and so it's an opportunity to proceed on a parallel path. It's exciting to be able to do something simultaneously in addition to looking at salaries for a way to decrease housing costs for the folks who need it most. The school board and district staff have been really great and helpful in helping this project align with the city's requirements from the state to build more housing. And you can help the city deliver the housing that's required to be built and at the same time help your local educators. So for the rest of this presentation, we're going to be going through the work that's been done, and we'll show you the updated plans, and excited to keep this project moving. And now from the city of Half Moon Bay, Mike Noche.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. Again, Mike Noche with the City of Half Moon Bay's Community Development Department. Just was asked to be here this evening to provide a little insight on the city process and what's possible for many sites throughout the city. So what really, just winding the clock back a little bit, the city's local coastal land use plan is really what sets the stage for housing development throughout the city, as well as potential build out and framework. The local coastal land use plan, I'll just refer to it as the land use plan, was certified by the Coastal Commission in 2021. The city started work on that in the years prior, and City Council approved it in 2020. The land use plan, excuse me, it really does outline the total build out for the city and what is possible. It is correct that the city does have state requirements to build housing. Our number for this 8-year cycle, so cycle 6 of the housing element, goes from 2023 to 2031. The number for the city is 480 units. We're actually required by the state to provide a buffer, so we actually plan for even more units than that technically, because we know that the likelihood that not every single development may move forward, and that there's a number of reasons for that. Could be environmental related, could be funding related. But that being said, we put the framework in place for those developments to happen. The framework that is in place for developments like this to happen is the workforce housing overlay, which is included in the land use plan. The city has 2 projects that are working their way through development. The 555 Kelly project, which has 40 units of senior farm worker housing, as well as the Stone Pine Cove project, which has 47 units. So those are both on publicly owned land owned by the city, and the city has presented those and is working with, on one, the county, and the other, a nonprofit housing developer. Let's see. I just also wanted to add, and I don't want to take too much time from this presentation, that we do have a lot of information on our city website at hmbcity.com/housing. Both projects I mentioned can be found there, as well as tenant protections, housing resources. My information is there as well. I'm always happy to answer questions. I will be on leave in April, but we have plenty of staff at the city who can answer questions, as well as myself. The other final thing I'll mention about the housing element. There's a whole chapter dedicated on affirmatively furthering fair housing. That's a requirement from the state. It focuses on housing sites, and this is part of our analysis. We have multiple housing sites that are identified in the housing element. Part of that focus on the AFFH is to analyze sites that are close to resources, so schools, grocery stores, healthcare, so that residents have a higher likelihood of success, jobs included in that analysis. So there's a whole chapter dedicated on it. That information is on our website, our draft housing element. We're looking to have it adopted and certified in the next couple months. A lot has gone into it, and I'll hand it back over to these guys, and I'll be available for questions. I'll stay throughout the presentation. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Mike. We appreciate you and our other partners at the city. This is a timeline of this workforce housing project. So it starts back as early as 2019 and 2020 when the city was looking at options for the LCP, as Mike was just describing. As early as 2020 and 2021, when the school board for CUSD was considering what to do with your land assets. And we got involved with the project in 2021. We started with a portfolio analysis to consider various options and how to better utilize those assets. We quickly focused in on the El Granada vacant land and this site at Kelly and Central. And El Granada is within the unincorporated part of San Mateo County. Kelly Central site is, of course, in the city of Half Moon Bay. So in a review of these two site opportunities, we determined that the Kelly Central site was a better site for workforce housing because it has more opportunities to collaborate with the city for a positive outcome. And in addition, it's an infill location, which means it's much more walkable to amenities for the residents and the school sites where the residents work, which will reduce carbon footprint. This project has been incrementally funded along the way, which, the early investment seeded the thought process to get to the point where we are now. And in 2022, I'll talk about this next, we conducted an employee survey to gauge the level of interest. Then we prepared a pre-application last year, did some community engagement, which we'll talk about. And then since then, we've been working on updating the project based on that feedback. So what we're seeing on this slide is just some evidence that there's enough demand for this project to be successful. There were, more people interested in living the project than we're able to propose of 60 units of housing. And I'll just draw your attention to two of these quotes that we received in the survey. Number two is, an employee wanting for other staff not to feel forced out of the community where they've known for so long. So that's a really important sentiment. And number four, somebody saying, well, I don't need the housing right now. I'm in full support for my fellow staff members who could benefit from this. So somebody recognizing that this workforce housing is not necessarily going to work for every single employee, but being supportive generally that this is the right thing to do. I want to talk a little bit about the location. It's an infill location, as I mentioned. This is walkable to the beach. It's walkable to historic downtown Half Moon Bay. There's a Samtrans line that runs up and down the coast side, very close to this. And I think, perhaps most importantly, this is a walkable or bikeable to about 3/4 of the jobs within the school district. So that means 3/4 of the people living in this building can walk or bike to where they work. And so ultimately that will likely take more cars off of the road. It'll reduce the carbon footprint of this project as people aren't coming in from outside of the community to report to work at these schools. It's also bikeable to Half Moon Bay High School, which is sort of off of the map here. This project is going to be successful if it's a place where people really like to live. So it'll be successful for the school district and having a tool to attract and retain employees. So these are what the views would look like from the 3rd and 4th story of the apartments on Kelly Avenue. Views of the ocean and the sunset and the mountains. So I think it's going to be a great place to live. This was the initial design that we rolled out in the outreach last year. A couple of the key features here are there are 42 units of multifamily on the Kelly Avenue side, 18 units on the Central Avenue side, and the traffic was connected from Kelly to Central. And so based on feedback, we've made changes to this, but this is what we went out with. An important part of the plan is that on the district office, Kelly side of the site, some of the uses, maintenance and storage, et cetera, would be consolidated into a maintenance building on the Kelly Avenue site. Some educational uses, including the CCP, Hatch Library, and HEAL project would be moved to the central site. And finally, the buses need to be electrified. They need to be relocated. And the current plan is to electrify them and move them to a site at the Half Moon Bay High School. So that's what's shown here, and that's being coordinated by district staff. This is the design of the apartments on the Kelly Avenue site. It's 3 stories in the front, fronting Kelly, stepping up to 4 stories in the back to be, respectful of the neighborhood character. And, the feedback we heard is that everyone really liked this housing design, and this design will remain in the redesign project. This is the community engagement that we conducted in the fall of last year. It started with Brews and Views. Then we went to a series of open houses that were conducted in both English and Spanish and fairly well attended with about 30 attendees each. And then finally, we went in front of the city's Architectural Advisory Committee and had members of the community attend and give public comment at that as well. We really value this public comment. It's really important to introduce the project to the community, hear what they have to say, and engage in a dialogue. The positive feedback that we received were that they liked the project design, the look of the housing. They recognize there's a strong need for more housing in the region. They support the teachers and staff, and they want them to have housing in Half Moon Bay. They liked that there was some additional parking provided, and they appreciated improvements to the Hatch pickup and drop-off. There are some opportunities and suggested improvements. I think number one was that they prefer the Hatch field. Some folks prefer that the Hatch field focus on playing fields and school uses. Some concerns about additional vehicle traffic in the central and third area, which could result in both traffic and pedestrian safety concerns. And we had some meeting comment cards. This is a representative sample of some of those. The first 2 talk about members of the community and staff of the district being really grateful that the district is pursuing this housing project. They recognize the need and appreciate it. Number 3 is someone who supports teacher housing, but had some concerns, particularly the housing being located on the Hatch field. And pedestrian safety concerns. And then finally, number 4 is someone saying, don't build teacher housing, let's just pay the teachers more instead. And I want to focus on that 4th one in this FAQ slide. That's a common question. Why not just pay staff more so they can afford their own housing? And really the answer to that question is the money that's used for the teacher and staff housing project is money that comes from a pot that is state regulated that cannot be used for salaries. It's just a separate pot of money, and it can't be done. But pursuing workforce housing is an opportunity to provide, to tackle it from both angles and provide housing at an affordable rate for the folks who need it. Another frequently asked question is who can live here and what will the rent be? The answer is it's for school district employees. The rents are significantly below market to provide a benefit. The rents haven't been set yet, but if Jefferson Union is is likely a model that could be used, and the rents there have 1 bedroom starting about $1,300 a month, so pretty good. How would the building be managed after it's built? Folks say school district shouldn't become a landlord, right? The answer is it's just like a regular apartment building. It's managed by a professional third-party property manager. And so they handle all the repairs, maintenance, et cetera. There's also a separate nonprofit board that is set up who sets policies. So that takes it out of the bandwidth of district staff and the school board, so you can focus on the educational mission. And finally, how is this paid for? The answer in Jefferson was it was paid for with GO bonds and COPs. That's just another name for loans that school districts can take out. It's typically intended to be revenue neutral for the district's general fund, which means that it won't take any money away from going towards students, teachers, staff, et cetera. An interesting aspect of this is that the school district owns it completely, and it sort of can't be taken away from this by the state. And when those loans eventually are paid off, it's an asset the school district owns, and it could potentially generate revenue, positive cash flow to the general fund, which is money that could be used for salaries. So there is a path down the road that this could lead to increased salaries for teachers and staff. Just quickly summarizing here, that's a lot of information. Why not just pay staff more? It's because the money used for this can't be used for that. Who can live here and how much will rent be? Just employees of the district at below market rents. How will it be managed? By a professional property management company. And how is it paid for? It's neutral to the general fund and its general obligation bonds and a loan. The Architectural Advisory Committee is a group of 3 folks from at the city. We met with them and they provided some feedback. They generally like the Kelly Avenue, the look of those buildings and the way they're laid out with the courtyard. They thought the site plan is thoughtful and just generally support districts and this teachers and staff. Some suggestions that they agreed with the community that you may want to consider keeping playing fields and school uses at the Central Avenue site instead of housing. They commented there could be some more visual relief on the Highway 1 corridor and some comments on the look of the warehouse building. So we took all that feedback, and that's really important feedback to receive, and we listened, and we redesigned the project accordingly. And so I'm really happy to share that with you all tonight. I'm going to start with the Central Avenue side of the site. This is a diagram of what this could potentially like. The key here is that we listened to the community feedback and we moved the housing off of this Central Avenue site, so it's no longer there. We also are no longer connecting the vehicle traffic through from Kelly to Central, so that means there will not be new vehicle traffic on the Central and 3rd neighborhood, creating traffic or any pedestrian safety concerns. And then what's left here are just some ideas of what we've heard from the school district as well as from the community of what could go at the Central Avenue site. But Dr. Contreras was talking earlier about the need to be considering what happens next for this area. This is just a diagram of some ideas of what it could look like. We recommend as a next step have a brainstorming session with the school district, Hatch Elementary School folks, and the community to see what are the most important priorities for this part of the site. But what we're showing here are some optional new parking. This is 58 new parking spaces. There's the green rectangle in the middle is a new soccer field. It's sized for U10 soccer. The blue box is relocated educational use from the Kelly site. So the Hatch Library, Children's Program, Heal Project Garden in that blue box area. This blue box is shown a little bit larger than what their current uses are. So this could be an opportunity for them to expand. It's an opportunity for them to come out from behind the bus yard area and integrate in with the open space and with Hatch Elementary School potentially. The bottom right corner, we're also showing a Hatch School Garden. It's quite a large area, so there's just a lot of different possibilities here.
If I may, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to give this context. I did meet with 5th graders at Hatch. I heard from them very clearly the value in a soccer field. I did meet with a Little League representative and heard that he was interested in a T-ball field. I have talked to Dr. Contreras, and this was part of a former presentation, about seeking out field experts so we can start looking at that part of that. And last year, you will remember, there was a big call for additional parking at Hatch. And so I just want to thank Brookwood Advisors for taking that feedback and showing us a plan about one option of how that could be like, and I know you have another option there.
Yeah, thank you. That's important, just to reiterate that this design is not set in stone. We're interested in, as a next step, having a brainstorming session and getting additional feedback and really visioning what the opportunities are, what this could be. We did a second layout. Just this is showing the exact same things. The housing has been removed. The traffic does not connect through to Central, and we're showing just the same uses as the previous slide, just arranged differently. There could be. We're also showing the two gray boxes of, if we wanted to squeeze, there may be an opportunity to put two U10 soccer fields, or perhaps a T-ball field, just depending on that community feedback. Moving on to the Kelly site. This looks similar. This is looks similar to the original design that we went out with last year. It's there are 43 units of housing in a multifamily building type. It's 3 stories facing Kelly, stepping up to 4, and then a private courtyard space with amenity, bike parking. There's lots of great amenity space for the residents. There's a maintenance building on the bottom of the screen, and the blue box to the right is the existing district office to remain. It has parking looped around, and there's separation on the left side there. It's shown just right now as this row of trees, but it could be shrubs or a fence separating this site from the Hatch Elementary School building, and having Hatch having a separate entrance. And there are trees on the bottom of the screen screening Highway 1. So, we're continuing to propose the full 60 units, and the way that we do this is by proposing a phase 1 that we're looking at here, and then there would be a phase 2, which would bring in the additional 17 units that were previously over on the central side, and they are now located along Kelly, where the existing district office is. So this phase 2 would require finding a location for the district office to be moved to. We're not proposing a specific location at this moment. It's more of a, if in the future the right opportunity opens up, and it's we want to move forward with the phase 2, this is how that could look. In the bottom right corner, there's a garden area that's labeled as being for the Pillarcitos students as well as residents of the workforce housing project. And we think that this design works great. We also are going to present tonight a small variation on this design. It involves, right now, the maintenance yard and the apartment building in the middle there have this paseo. It's landscaped and pedestrian-only walkway, but there could be an opportunity to turn that into a one-way vehicle lane with some diagonal parking. And the benefit of doing that, as is shown here, is that if you're a resident of the building, you could loop around the building without ever having to go back behind the maintenance building, where there's sort of trucks and loading and that sort of thing. But again, the trade-off is that you don't have the walkable paseo, and this is what it would look like in phase 2. So if you live in the 17 units on the right side of the screen, and you're walking over to the large courtyard and amenity area and the larger building, you would be walking past a vehicle lane and parking instead of the landscape area. But anyway, pros and cons of both of these different options. So we're interested in hearing a few you all have a preference between these two Kelly Avenue options or the two central options proposed. I'm going to move on to the project timeline. We started in 2021 and 22 with the portfolio analysis, due diligence, and the survey. We've moved into the design and approval stage where we are now, which is we've submitted the preliminary planning application to the city for their review and comment. We engaged with the community. This project would need the bond in November of 2024. And then after that, we can move into environmental review, planning commission, and city council hearings, and finally preparing for the construction in 2025. We anticipate the first phase of housing could be ready for move-in 2029. And just at a high level, the first phase of housing would cost, plus or minus $35 billion. So a little bit more than El Granada Elementary School Phase 1 renovation project. But one of the benefits of doing the project now rather than waiting is that construction costs continue to increase. And we estimate that could be a savings of about $10 million in project costs by moving forward with the project now as opposed to delaying 5 years. So there's a large impact of waiting. And in those 5 years, housing costs will continue to increase and become more and more unattainable. To conclude here, just to summarize, the Bay Area cost of living has skyrocketed. It's mostly driven by housing. They're going to continue to increase over time. Many employees can't afford to live in the Bay Area or in the coastside community here where they work. Bond funds and housing loans cannot be used for salaries, but they can use for workforce housing, which will help attract and retain the best educators. This is a way to take underutilized land and turn it into an asset. And when the loans are paid off, the cash flow could be used for salary increases in the future. The city, has laid the groundwork for this by passing the workforce housing overlay in 2021 and including the project in the housing element. This is the state mandated housing. And finally, we want to thank everyone who's been supportive of this project, from district staff to city staff, as well as regional housing groups have been supportive. The Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County has endorsed the project, as well as the Bay Area Council, Greenbelt Alliance, and the YIMBY group. Moving into potential next steps, we would recommend a community brainstorm on programming the Central Avenue site, and then we need to update the planning application and resubmit to the city based on the updated design, perform some phase 2 environmental site analysis of the Kelly site, look at CEQA and traffic analysis, and submit that to the city. I've got a couple of links here for anyone who downloaded the presentation. These are clickable links on Jefferson Union's project, as well as the California State School Board Association has published a handbook that's quite informative on workforce housing, as so many districts around the state are pursuing this. And again, we just really think this is a project that can be helpful for the coastside community and for CUSD. We did include just a quick 1 to 2 minute video highlighting some of the successes that Jefferson Union had. So we can play that.
Now, the high cost of living led to a creative way to keep teachers in schools. ABC's Morgan Norwood has.
From the outside, it's your typical luxury apartment building. There's a fitness center, playground, and laundry facilities. But it's the tenants inside, mostly teachers, that make 705 Serramonte one of a kind. In fact, it was built just for them.
We decided to build educational housing because we have a difficult time attracting and retaining staff.
The Jefferson Union High School District had been struggling for years. They're one of the lowest funded districts in the San Francisco area. A starting salary for teachers is about $60,000 per year, yet the average rental rate, nearly $3,400, among the highest in the nation. For high school math teacher Nicole Ampolo, she finally has a place to call her own.
Before this, I was living with my parents basically my entire life because that's the only place I could afford to.
And the building brought Corazon Gabanton's family together. She was hired from the Philippines 4 years ago.
When I got here, I'm like, okay, I can get all my children from Philippines.
According to a study by the Department of Education, 62% of public schools in June reported that they were concerned about filling vacant positions. In Nevada, thousands of openings across the state. And in Seattle, hundreds of teachers on strike, demanding the district improve the staffing ratios. And this morning, still no resolution.
So that's all. Thank you very much, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
We do have two public comments written in. I'm sorry, two public comments, Lisa Schick and Jesse Schick.
And we have in person.
Oh, okay, thank you. And then there's also two in Spanish, and I would ask Lizette to read those from Rocio Avila and Carolina Sandoval.
First, I'd like to invite Ken Chan to speak.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ken Chan, and I'm the senior organizer with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. On behalf of HLC, I'd like to express our support for the CUSD workforce housing proposal. It needs to be acknowledged that the demographics of where we live in are changing fairly quickly, and it's important for us to not only rethink the types of housing that we need versus the housing that is being built today, but to also come up with new and innovative solutions to address our housing needs. The CUSD homes for teachers and staff can be one of those solutions by providing a safe and stable place to call home for at least 60 CUSD teachers and staff. So if we don't plan, I'd like to highlight that if we don't plan for the housing needs of the people in our communities, we stand to lose the people like your district's teachers and staff who make this community such a great place to live. And it's your community members, especially your students, are the ones who will be hurt by the loss of staff who can't afford to live here. In addition, it's been proven at this point that we all thrive when we can live near our places of work. These homes will reduce the stress caused by the time and the expense spent commuting by your teachers and staff. Less commuting leaves more time for health, family, and more importantly, community. A community where your children can have a better chance at succeeding in school, getting a job, and ultimately building their own strong families here in Half Moon Bay. And that's because your district teachers and staff no longer have to deal with the stress associated with driving and also finding and worrying and stressing over finding a safe and stable place to call home. So how you choose to respond in this moment matters. This is an opportunity for you to make a very positive, historic impact on your community. We urge you to support the CUSD workforce housing proposal and do what you can to move it forward to your leaders on both the Planning Commission and the City Council for a decision. Thanks so much.
A couple of comments in English, and then we have a couple in Spanish. First, Lisa Schick. Hello, school board. These are the questions that I asked Hatch CSEA members regarding workforce housing. Are you interested, yes or no? What questions do you have? About 50% of Hatch CSEA staff stated they aren't interested in workforce housing. They listed various reasons. Currently, they have housing. Increase in hourly wage would be more helpful. Believe Hatch Field should be repaired instead. Would rather see the funds be used to renovate the old library. One comment, I am much more interested in having the school district concentrate its efforts, energy, and resources in running our schools rather than diversifying into being developers and landlords. We have more pressing and immediate issues that need immediate attention. This is the voice and opinion of the Hatch CSEA members who responded to whether or not they were interested in workforce housing and what questions they had. Another writing comment from Jesse Schick. Dear CUSD Board and Administration, I am writing to ask that there be full transparency with the community about what is intended for workforce housing. The district often points to Jefferson Union as a model they are following, but does not share what parts of Jefferson Union model they will use. For example, Jefferson Union limits the residency time in the workforce housing. Will the Half Moon Bay housing also have a limit as to time, and if so, what is it? Jefferson Union provides mortgage assistance and financial counseling to its employees in workforce housing. Will Half Moon Bay housing also have this? If the housing is not filled with CUSD employees, please tell the community how else will the occupancy rate be filled. Please tell the community how the community will be assured that the workforce housing complies with California's sex offender residency restrictions. I believe the survey that was conducted did not provide this information to the respondents and thus is flawed. In addition, there has been no transparency with the potential occupants or community what the rent would be. The slides indicate $1,300 per month for a one-bedroom at Jefferson Union, and costs have not decreased. Please keep in mind that a person on CUSD lowest pay scale of $14.34 per hour would have to work 90 hours to afford the rent. I ask that you survey those in the lower one-third of the pay scale and ask them what would make their lives better before embarking on a project that will increase the debt the district holds to over $200 million. I've attended the community engagements regarding this and was told that the questions I submitted would be answered. I have not yet received a response. Who's that?
Thank you. Pull it forward. I'm going to start with Rocío Ávila, and she is, I'm going to read it in Spanish. Rocío Ávila, madre de estudiante y residente de Half Moon Bay. La necesidad de las viviendas, de la vivienda digna en Half Moon Bay es un problema que ha estado por años. Aún así, sabiendo que este problema está, se oponen a la construcción de las viviendas, ya que tienen el lugar, el dinero y lo que se necesita para construir. ¿Por qué no dejan que se construya? Algunos maestros se oponen a esto. Al parecer ellos no necesitan la vivienda porque ellos ya cuentan con una. ¿Y qué pasa con las otras personas que trabajan aquí mismo en el distrito y están buscando un lugar o tienen que salir de Half Moon Bay para vivir y venir a trabajar aquí? Este dinero es solo para vivienda y no se podrá usar en otras cosas más. Aprovechen esta oportunidad en ingresos que salgan de la renta de este lugar. En futuro servirá para ingresos al distrito para poder tener un mejor sueldo y mejores programas para nuestros estudiantes. El campo de Hatch se ha presentado al proyecto donde se moverá la biblioteca CCP y contará con más parqueaderos y se mantendrá la mayoría del campo libre para los niños. Yo estoy a favor y les pido que no por coraje o vergüenza se opongan y perdamos esta gran oportunidad de viviendas justas en el distrito escolar. I kind of jotted down, so I'm going to try and just translate really quick into English. So this is Rocío Ávila, and she is a mother and of a student here, and she's a resident of Half Moon Bay. The need for dignified housing in Half Moon Bay has been a problem for many years. And although this is a well-known problem, there is opposition to this construction of this housing project. The space has been designated as well as the money and what is needed to build. Why hasn't construction been allowed? Some teachers are opposed to this project. It's obvious they do not need housing because they already have housing. What will happen with the others who work in this district and are looking for housing, or have to leave Half Moon Bay to find housing and have to come back into town to work? There may only be housing and cannot use, okay, what am I doing now? There may only be housing and can't be used in, the money is only for housing and can't be used in any other way. Take advantage of this opportunity. The earnings from the rent will will provide income revenue for the district and help with earnings and better salaries, programs for, and programs for our students. We have seen a proposal for Hatchfield, and it has been assigned a proposal for Hatchfield and has been proposed as the project where the library CCP and will include more parking, and most of the Hatchfield will continue to be available for children. I am in favor, and I ask you not to oppose this project due to anger or embarrassment, and not take advantage of this great opportunity for just housing in the school district. The next one is Carolina Sandoval, madre de familia. Como madre de familia latina que sufre la carencia de viviendas en Half Moon Bay debido al exceso costo de la vivienda, me indigna que sigan dando vueltas al asunto de la construcción de viviendas. Si ese dinero fue destinado a esa construcción, no nos pongamos con dramas cuando sabemos que es algo que la comunidad necesita. Y si el personal docente se opone, entonces démosle a las personas que lo necesitan. El dinero ya fue donado para eso, así que no entiendo por qué les enseñando a nuestros hijos dónde queda el amor por el prójimo. Por favor, pongamos claro ya en este asunto. Otro punto que quisiera tocar es la instalación de más cámaras para la seguridad de los niños y alivio para los padres. I didn't finish translating this one, but basically it's, as a Latina mother of a family that is suffering from the lack of housing in Half Moon Bay to the excessive cost of housing, I am undignified that you keep going around in circles in this matter about building. If the money has already been assigned, why don't we put the drama aside and focus on the construction when we know that it's something that this community needs? If the personnel does not, if the current personnel is opposed to this, then give the opportunity to the people who need it. The money has been donated specifically for this, and I don't understand why we're not showing our children the love for thy neighbor. Please, let's put everything clear and put this, pongamos claro ya, let's clear up this issue. And then she's saying another point that I'd like to include is the installation of cameras security cameras on campus for the safety of the kids and to alleviate, parents' anxiety and worries. That's it.
Thank you so much, Lizette.
I tried.
And thank you guys for a fabulous presentation. Frankly, I think it probably answered a lot of the questions that the public had. Just a couple of points to circle back on that. This was incrementally funded. It wasn't all at once, and the nexus was actually a possibility of selling off surplus land that was in a consent agenda. We pulled it out and started asking questions about how we could use our land in a way that might provide value added to the district for a longer period. And Mary Beth and I then, we created this ad hoc real estate committee, and we went out, and before we even got to meet these wonderful people from Brookwood, we interviewed other school districts, San Mateo Community College District, who also has a workforce housing, and learned how different land could be used in different ways. And so I just want to share my gratitude and appreciation for your patience with us as we went through the full interview process before we even selected you. And then truly, because, and I'm saying this because there was a lot of spin in social media and how did we spend so much money? Well, we didn't just write a blank check and say, here, go do it. It's been incremental. It was, can you do an analysis of all of our land holdings and how we might use it? And then we started focusing on El Granada and Half Moon Bay. And it's been kind of a step-by-step and learn as we go along. So for that, I thank you. A question I have would be actually for Mike. With the city of Half Moon Bay and knowing that, like for general homeowners, builders, there's like a finite number of buildings that can be done each year. For a workforce housing project, does that count against that allotment or does that get waived since you guys have a requirement for building?
Yes, that is part of Measure D, which was a voter-approved ballot measure. So the city does have to work within the constraints of Measure D to answer the question. So this project would need to apply for Measure D allocations. It's an annual process.
So what is the Measure D?
It was a voter-approved ballot initiative by the residents of Half Moon Bay.
What's the restriction?
So it's a growth measure. So it's a 1% or 1.5 within the downtown area. It does not allow for population growth beyond that amount annually.
Okay.
And there's a percentage of units that are typically allocated per year. Like I believe, this year, I want to say it was in the 60s, where this is the number of units. So for larger projects, what we recommend is working with the city to potentially have an initial application and then a potential phasing agreement, which is allowed under Measure D for larger projects. For projects that are larger and looking at using state density bonus law, the density bonus units are exempt from Measure D. And I know that's a lot of information.
The last piece, I don't understand the density bonus, but I asked that because I want to not get into a conundrum where, because what I heard is that you wanted like 400 new units between now and 2031. I'm like, do you even have, what's that? 480. Yeah, so I'm like, your math doesn't work. I mean, your Measure D percentage growth, potentially, it's just like, but then, for homeowner, anyways, just something to think about. Maybe there's a way to revisit, or even if it's another ballot measure that gives a little bit of wiggle room, might be worth investigating in the next year or two. But hopefully this project would get prioritized, would be my hope. So
absolutely, we definitely work with Brookwood in the district, and if I may, through the chair, the 480 unit total. So that is, the math should work out on that. So the Measure D allocations does change year to year depending on census numbers and data, but we realistically, Half Moon Bay could have received a larger allocation from the state if we didn't have Measure D technically. So the 480 could theoretically have been even higher. Most jurisdictions did receive a higher allocation than Half Moon Bay did.
yeah, and I just want to acknowledge that I don't think a lot of people are going to be like rushing to move in. I think people will just simply get relaxed on the overcrowded living conditions they're in. Because the reality is we've got teachers living with parents or workers living with extended family. And so this isn't like an influx of people. The people live here already. So to the extent that we can message and explain that, I think is really important. And just to also help with people that wrote in, this will not go forward unless a bond measure passes. And so this is truly, it will be putting it on the ballot if we choose to move forward and recommend putting it on the ballot. Then it would go onto the ballot in November of this year, and it's the voters that would then decide whether or not they want it in the community. So those are the points to drive out.
I just want to first thank you guys for all the work that it took to do the initial proposal, get the feedback, come back to us. I want to start by piggybacking off what you said, Kim, about kind of the phase project. This is like a phase planning project that would ultimately require more funding that will come through the bond. So to me, I feel like this is the homework we need to do to see, do we put this on the bond or not, right? To see that, what would it look like? Like, is it, basically, it's like it's a very new, innovative kind of project. So you need to do a lot of work to see, is it feasible? So I see this as a feasibility concept. So I think there are some questions that were asked in the comments, for example, that are great questions that, like, you don't work those out in this stage, you work those out kind of as you go along. Otherwise, it takes you 10 years to plan, and then you don't ever do it because it's too expensive, right? So I think with any construction, and we talked a lot about this with facilities construction, it's always a phased, iterative process of planning where you have a high-level plan, you do more work, you get detailed, you get more and more detailed, and eventually you break ground. So I appreciate that we're kind of in a really nice stage, and I appreciate the collaboration with the city too to really figure out how do we work together. It's not just about the nuts and bolts of someone's swim lane and someone else's swim lane, right? We got to work together to make sure the city helps us support our kids in different ways, recreationally, and building homes for them, and providing services, fixing our roads. Everything that you do helps our families and our kids. And I think if we can figure out what we can do to help our employees, who also are families of the city and who have kids that will hopefully enroll in our classes, in our schools, that how we can help them, I think is incumbent on us to do that when we can. So I'm grateful for that collaboration. Grateful, thank you, Housing Leadership Council, for being here. You guys are really great advocates across a lot of the area, and you really get it when it comes to how do you kind of work through a lot of the historical politics and really start to think, as school districts, I feel need to do more of, not just today and tomorrow, but 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now. This is not about housing for anyone that looks like us, really. Hate to say, but it's for more the younger, more kind of the future generations. And maybe, okay, a little bit, right? There are people that will definitely use it today, but I think we also need to think about the next generations to come that will also benefit from this, even more so, because we know, I mean, it's crazy what it costs to rent an apartment these days. It's crazy, and you don't even still have the stability of, oh great, I found a 2-bedroom apartment for what, $4,000 a month? And oh, I might get evicted next month because my landlord wants to, renovate it, and then you lose your stability too. So yes, we don't have a lot of the answers. We can look to Jefferson as a model, like a starting point of what we might do. They have people in there for 7 years because that's what they determined to be enough of a time where you have stability, you can get on your feet, you can save a bunch of money, work with a really fantastic realtor like Mary Beth. Okay, I'm not putting in a plug for you, but work with somebody that can say, yeah, you can take that $100,000 and do something with it. And this is how we can help you get to that next phase. So like life is also phases, right? Where when you're starting out, you scrimp and save and you live in an apartment, and then who wouldn't want to buy a home in Half Moon Bay? Of course, but that's completely unachievable out the gate. Like you kind of have to take those steps in your life. And hopefully, yes, I would love to see financial management support kind of classes. Like, I think we have time to work out a lot of the details because at the right point in time. But yeah, and I'm glad to hear that 50% of the recently surveyed CSCA staff at Hatch do want housing, so that's cool to know. And I think your presentation addressed some of the other concerns that came up in the comments as well. And I'm so grateful to Rocio and Carolina for speaking their truth as well. I know sometimes it's hard to speak about as basic a need as housing, having a roof over your head, having enough food to eat, having the ability to go see a doctor when you're not feeling well. These are not things people necessarily feel comfortable coming to a podium to speak about, particularly in an environment where there has been a little bit of shame built around that. So I'm really grateful for folks that have spoken up. And I know others have spoken to me personally. I literally saw at our break, somebody outside who had come to one of our community sessions, who is a current employee coming out of like a game or something, and it was like, yeah, that was great. And I'm like, yeah, we're presenting on it now. And, you know, they were super excited. But people don't always want to come to the public to say, yeah, I need a home. Hi, world, YouTube. I need a safe place to live, right? That's a really hard thing to do. So I really appreciate Rocio and Carolina always speaking up for the people and people in our community that have that basic need, and it's just hard. It's hard to speak about that. So I'm going to say thank you for all that, and yes. Thank you for sharing that video, because it shows some of the, I think, one of the things that you put into the presentation. You spoke a little bit, or you had a little bit of information there about, like, there's a variety of, that we could offer a variety of size apartments, 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, depending on what people are interested in. Sometimes people will be, there'll be 1 income from the school district. Sometimes there'll be 2 income from the school district. Some will be an income from the school district and maybe from somewhere else. I think we can have that variety. I think the amenities that we can offer to people are potentially life-changing. I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was at Saramonte where you designed the laundry room and like a playroom to be adjacent. And you can, like, I thought as a young parent, if you could do your laundry and see your kids playing in the room next door, oh my God, like that is so cool. Like that is so cool to be, and that's like stuff that's like quality of life makes a big difference. So the fact that you guys can see that and have designed towards that need that young families also have
Excuse me,
is
just a
really
second.
helpful.
I'd like to move that we continue the meeting for another hour till 11 p.m.
I'll second, since my mic's on.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes 5-0.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh,
there.
no, that's
But
okay. Yeah.
I'm going to get it by
Good,
10.
good catch. Good catch. I thank you again, Mike, for being here and giving us that really important context. I know, like Mary Beth, I know sometimes it's hard when you're listening to a meeting, but for us as board members, we really, really need to understand the depth of the stuff that you guys show us, and you show us some really good deep stuff, right? Leticia's conversation earlier about like the depths of early education, we need to understand that. And also the context of like, where does this fit into the broader picture of housing for people on the coast? That was really invaluable to have. So I'm really grateful, Mike, that you stayed this late, and hope you had some coffee to keep you here. So yeah, I think this is in really good shape. Those views on slide 7 are really nice. Just going to say that. I would love those views.
Yeah, so my question would be, what are our next steps for us as a board? I mean, do we just wait till whatever our decisions are on a board, or should we be asking any other questions now or in the next couple of months? What do we need to do?
I would say that at some point, you'll probably need to have Brookwood come back to talk about next scope of work. And I think that would be coupled with your consideration of what you want to potentially put on a bond, because as we've heard, you would need a combination of bond dollars and a certificate of participation. You could have a presentation on that, May, June. And then be prepared to fly your bond and parcel tax language in August. I imagine that's the cadence of this. You will need to know from another presentation what Brookwood will anticipate, and you will need another presentation from DS&C about what that will look like, so that those things align. Again, it's important for the public to understand, because this is the common question, the frequently asked question. We don't want let me put it this way. I've heard from some people, we would like increase in pay. Remember, nothing that can be used for capital outlay and a bond and modernization could be used for salaries. So these are two different things. The bond would be used for capital outlay and for facilities, which could include workforce housing. The parcel tax, I've always said you need that to provide increased compensation for employees, and that's what polls, go figure. I think in May, I think staff could prepare to come back. June, staff could come back and talk about next steps in alignment with bond, parcel tax planning, and next step planning to talk about what it would take to keep Brookwood Advisors moving that way to do their due diligence. Did that capture what you see as being necessary?
Yeah, that sounds great.
As part of that, can I just ask, kind of look back to my earlier comment that we also have like a facilities master plan update so that we can holistically, like I just need to, before I vote on a bond, I need to holistically see what have we done with M&S, what is left with M&S that we still can do, and what do we want to do that isn't going to be covered with M&S, which includes workforce housing, which includes like a bunch of stuff. That would be my first request. And my second request would be, can we, now that we've kind of, assuming we have general alignment to go with, to that favors this new updated concept, that has all the workforce housing consolidated on the district office property, can we formally kind of spin off the Hatch Field as a separate project from workforce housing? Because to me, it made sense for this presentation because we're kind of like adapting the initial project that had housing there. But I see that there's obviously interplay because you'd be moving buildings and it would be nice to get a new library at Hatch. And I love that second design, by the way, that has like a garden kind of perimeter around learning spaces. I think that could be really cool. And I'm thinking about, well, sorry, this is like a little bit side thing. What we were doing at Fairlawn View, I think with big open doors, like there's some really cool possibilities that what we can do with moving the learning spaces for, over to the side where they could interface with some new fields. So maybe we can kind of spin off that project with however you want to do it, and then have the workforce housing. Things are always related, but that way we don't feel like it's one, the field is necessarily dependent on the housing.
I would say to
Planning.
stage all those things you've described, which I think are precursors to a November election and getting a bond and parcel tax language put on in August. We would come back and we would talk with a synopsis. Dr. Contreras and I have talked about that, a synopsis of how Measure S&M has been spent. We've been giving you regular presentations on El Granada and Fairlawn View and those plans. What has bubbled up in recent months, in the last year and a half really, is the need for more parking at Hatch. I appreciate that Brookwood included plans and options for that. They did include a plan for engagement with the Hatch community to discuss that. I did hear, and we've talked about this at numerous times, not just about Hatch, but also for fields at El Granada and Fairlawn View. You'll remember that Brianna LaFontaine spoke very clearly back in November about the field space at El Granada. So I do think we would go away, come back with a synopsis of how Measure M and S have been spent. I know Dr. Contreras also needs to get another bond approval from the board to be able to get the next installment of that money. And we could give a synopsis of where the money has been spent, where the money will be spent, and at the same time, hopefully work toward coming up with field experts and talking about what engagement would look like at Hatch. I don't want to promise any of this before June. I think we're going to be in sort of like planning stages into June. And then I would also say that it might benefit the community to have these big ideas once you get to that place, really broached by a new superintendent with the board. I just say that because, Dr. Contreras was at Hatch Elementary PTO 2 nights ago talking about this and showing the plans, amended plans from Brookwood Advisors. I do think that we do some planning. We can bring some planning back, talk to you about big ideas, talk about what bond language could look like, and then you could be off to the races in August.
Look really carefully to see what the deadlines are, because if the deadline's like early August, we'll need something by June.
Exactly. So we would hope to bring iterations of bond and parcel tax ballot language to you for a couple reads.
Yeah. So like facility, like, and then next, maybe you get April off, but then probably by May, June, because I think this is big enough, we will definitely want like multiple looks at it. So maybe thinking to future agenda items, like I would probably suggest thinking something in May, follow up with it in June, and then we could always do like a meeting in July to approve things.
We have two meetings in June. We know that there's 100 days of May because it gets busy, but we might consider even just a 90-minute study session on, seriously, on just M&S. Just come in one evening, just do a study session, and so we don't get too bogged down with the whole agenda.
Yeah. We could do like a lot of all that stuff, like in a study session.
Yeah.
Maybe at least the first time, and then bring it back in a tighter form for the second time, like in a regular board meeting, so this.
So that way we can get the presentation and discussion and no decision, and then when when the actions come before us, it's a matter of bringing it up and we just vote. Because we'll have some time, some breathing room. So, any other comments, questions? Do you want to, Carmen?
Well, I'd just like to add that we've already heard it. Housing is a really big deal, and it's been a big deal in my life. Coming back to the coast side as an adult, it took me almost 10 years to buy a house here. And that was a very serendipitous thing that, it's a long story, but it took me 10 years to buy a house. But I stayed here because my family was here. And I would really like for people to be able to stay here because their family's here. And how are we going to raise our children without family? This is really close to my heart, so thank you.
I just really want to say thank you, and thank you for taking the time to explain this to us on these 101s and talking to us, and I do appreciate your time, so thank you, and thank you for being here and helping us and working together as a community for this great project. Thank you so much.
And we will move on to our next agenda item.
Special thanks to Mike Noche for coming. Thanks, Mike. You're a class act.
And thanks, Ken, for coming also.
Yes, thank you, Ken.
We'll circle back with you on other topics.
Thank you.
Thanks. Do you want to buy a break? Okay, 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
5-minute bio break. We'll be right back.
When we are going to be talking about a different set of monies, different pots of monies. So we're going to be talking about the pots of money that would pay for increases, for salary increases. And we are at the second interim report, which is all the activity from July 1st to January 31st. This is required by law, financial report to the board, and a little bit of where we were, where we are, and where we are going. So we have that 22-23 year where we were LCFF funded school district, and we had the first interim that was certified as qualified. The second interim was certified as qualified. That required a third interim that was filed as negative. And that puts us into adopting a budget for 23-24 as negative. So we have started to come working with San Mateo County Office of Education and to take some measures to make sure that we could get out of that situation. The first interim that we brought to you in December, this past December, because of the uncertainties that there were about the revenues that we were anticipating, and it was very, very clear that there was uncertainty, it was also certified as qualified. So now we are bringing this second interim that provides you with expenditures and forecast for 23-24 that we have right now. This is what we're bringing to you now. And one thing to remind you is that every single report, financial report that we bring to you is based on assumptions. The only time that we have a certainty of expenditures and revenue is during the unaudited actuals. Just a reminder that the unaudited actuals that came in September to you were showing a $2.5 million in the red, and that we were not making the 3%. It was a small amount, but $494K that was not meeting the 3%. The picture that I'm bringing to you is a little bit better. It's for a second interim. And again, reminding you that this is built in the assumptions. And I'm going to go over the assumptions that are built in this. In this moment, we have red, and I will address that red right now in this picture. But the 3 years, current year, 22-23, 24-25, and 25-26, based on the adoptions with which this was built, we are meeting our 3%, and there is an unassigned imbalance. So this is the reason now that, based on our assumptions that we have, that it tells us that we would, it's a different picture than we had before. Now, what are the things in the red? So that we have contributions, and I had talked to you about what those contributions are. It's at $8,894,636, and at one point I was just going to be giving you the bigger contributors, but I decided to put it in everything in there so that it's squared. But we had talked to you about the cost of special ed. The cost of special ed is, we anticipate $4.8 million. And then the second biggest one is the maintenance of 8 campuses. That it would, the contribution in there is about $2.3 million anticipated. So it's important for you to see what are the biggest contributors of the transfer out. You know, the cost of special ed, and then maintaining 8 campuses. So this you can see here is a parcel tax balancing. Why? Because we get $1.6 million revenue for taxes, but as we have some teachers and staff charged to those, an excess is $95,000. So it's not perfectly this many people, because the cost of those people increase, so there is a contribution from there. Now, because that $1.6 million that we get for the parcel tax, it's something that we also take a look at. And I have in there the athletics. Those are $32,000. As we continue to do operation, now we start to define, well, this is basically things that we start looking at. Okay, so how is the district going to be contributing for athletics, to some of the referees, and that we get to pay? So this is adjustments that we make as we go along, as we pay for those. And those agreements that we have with our PTOs, that there's personnel charged to science and some enrichment. So that also, that balancing, it gets to about $10,000. So this is adjustments in there. But a bigger one that I had already talked to the board before is transportation. We only transport to and from school our students with disabilities, and that is about a little under $500,000 that it's a contribution from general fund, as well as for nutrition services, expect a little bit over 300,000. So I just wanted to bring to the board those contributions, which are costs that affect the general fund. So the assumptions that we have, we still have that $3.8 million that are supplemental taxes that we get once as we get to keep the supplemental taxes once when we return to a basic aid status. We also use the actual that increase at 4.3% for this year, but for budgeting purposes on the out years, we're using a conservative 2% in the subsequent years. These are the assumptions. And of course, as I have said before, the revenue will be confirmed at P2, coming soon, and then the actual really comes in the summer to us. So it is assuming that we will get those $3.8 million, which is a blessing in our circumstance, and that these are things that have gone into it. I gave you a picture of the LCFF calculator. I had mentioned to you before that we start looking into what are our assumptions, and then also this contains the COLAs. We have to feed the LCFF calculator with COLAs and our assumptions, the taxes that we are expecting, and then this gives us an idea, all the calculations in there of our basic aid status. If that we are anticipating to receive from the state based on the students that we serve is lower than what we anticipated we're going to be getting from our local revenue, tax revenue, then that's what, as we had said before, that determines our basic aid status or not. So these are the assumptions that have gone into these calculations. Pretty typical. We follow these assumptions, which detail what are the contributions to retirement for the CalSTRS, CalPERS, and also the COLA. So these are the set of assumptions that are built into the second interim. One thing that we had back in November 9th, the board approved a solvency and fiscal stabilization plan, a living fiscal stabilization plan that the next item yielded some savings and also some reductions. So we work with Bianca, we work with the district staff and with principals to get to the number of teachers, the number of staff that we would need that is commensurate with the number of students. So we need to also look at the deficit spending, see that our deficit spending is addressed, that we then look at the compensation increases, what we need to do to get these dollars to square so that we can look at compensations increases, and then also, of course, looking into program enhancements. But really first, look at our deficit spending, which is what we were addressing, how we are addressing that to get it through the fiscal stabilization plan and through what those savings and reductions will be. Then the fiscal stabilization plan, it's a work in progress, and that we had advised the board to keep that tool live and keep it moving so that we can create ourselves the culture of reductions and savings so that we can then, as we said, make sure that we can then afford the salary increases. So to do that, we have to advise all of ourselves to look into what are the needs of our students in an environment of declining enrollment. And I know that those are decisions that need to be made. You were asked earlier about a particular program where we have students, we don't have the number of students, but you were asked to consider. So those are situations where we would be looking into, can we afford it? Can we keep those programs, such as the one that you were addressed upon earlier, and it goes back down to that. Can we afford it so that we can then, in turn, be within our means? And for 24-25, we will need to continue get into our culture, to continuing reductions and savings, and then also getting a reserve, a healthy reserve that would help us then weather any future uncertainties. Because of the $3.8 million, because of the fact that we had in the fiscal stabilization plan and the living document that would continue to be, because of where we are right now, we are asking the board, we're proposing that the board certifies this as positive because we are meeting our 3%, and we're not out of it yet, but we're meeting our 3%, and we have some reserves in there. So that's my presentation. Any questions?
This is an action item. We would entertain a motion first and a second before going to questions, please. And it is 10:30, and we still have 3 items after this. Just to play timekeeper.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thanks. And thank you for the presentation, and I am delighted we're back in the positive zone. My question is, and I appreciate all the work that has gone into this, because we do get peppered with occasional emails from the public and questions. I realize that the advisory committee has worked with you, and Sophia and Mary Beth. They're privy to comments and recommendations that have come up there. It's not something that's ever been reported out on in terms of how that committee has supported you. So can you give us any insight to the types of suggestions or recommendations they have made over time?
Yes. We met with them, and then they gave us a list of options and things that were then brought to Bianca. We worked it with Bianca afterwards, and those that were feasible, we put them in there. And but that's basically, there are some other options that we will be bringing forward and saying what those could be. There are some creative ways in which that have been proposed.
And to the extent that, I mean, I would just like to kind of, I don't know how else, unless there's a report out, even if it's not a suggestion acted upon, I think it would benefit the whole board to know what the community saw in looking at the budget and what some of those recommendations, I mean, I'm looking at my fellow board members.
Well, as a point of clarification, the board policy on the Budget Advisory Committee does permit a report out or a report to be written by the Budget Advisory Committee. And so maybe in future years, you would consider tasking the Budget Advisory Committee, working with the new Chief Business Officer and the new superintendent to create a report. That is entirely possible. I do not think such a report could be generated probably.
We could bring that
we could,
in
but-
April.
I mean, it could be, it doesn't
Yeah.
have, I don't know, even if it could just be like notes generated from your members and all put onto a couple pages and then circulated to the board so we could see it. I mean,
Very good. We'll
yeah,
do that.
it doesn't necessarily have to be all on your shoulders. You had how many people serving on the committee, you know?
I'll just say this is a
Delegate.
parallel track, just like your Bond and Parcel Tax Oversight Committee. You could get into a situation in this district where a Bond Advisory Committee makes a presentation to the board in the future. I do not advise doing that in the April, May, or June, because I think it's a huge endeavor.
I'm just was wanting to know what has happened with the committee. So,
But we can circulate the
yeah, it doesn't have to be a formal
Yeah, it could be
presentation
like
here.
notes.
Just share the
Okay.
notes. That would be
Share the notes,
appreciated.
that seems reasonable.
very good.
Thank you, Lizette. Any other questions?
I just have one question first. Again, yay, thank you. Back to positive certification. Thank you to County Office of Education for helping us with that process as well. I had one question that I keep getting back to, I think, which is around how we use the unassigned reserve funds versus committed funds. Is there any reason we wouldn't want to move funds from unassigned into committed, like a lot of other school districts do, like San Mateo Union High School District, so that not only the board, but the public can also understand why you want to maintain some kind of reserve? So 3% REU is basically your overdraft protection, right? That doesn't count. We should be ideally, as a basic aid district, 15 to 17%. I'm estimating, correct me if I'm wrong, that we're right now hovering at about 10%, which is better than 3, but still not very much. But if maybe we can look at San Mateo Union High School District as an example, and I'm sure the County Office of Ed has probably other examples too that are good examples to look at, to see, can we start to mark things for, healthcare costs being higher than we expect, which we know is probably going to happen, or some kind of emergency situations. Like there are things we could probably do.
I will work with our county and I'll consult with our county about methods by which we can achieve that.
Thank you.
And I do want to welcome Kevin Boltema, the Deputy Superintendent of Business Services from San Mateo County Office of Education, who sits on these hard chairs, board meeting after board meeting, watching what we do and supporting what we do, meeting with staff regularly.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? I mean,
Okay,
the numbers
that's
are
good.
what they are, and in terms of longer term, how much reserve we keep, I think when we voted some years ago on what the reserves might be, it's definitely aspirational. We have to keep a little pad, but at the same time, we have to just be thoughtful and not try to keep so much back that we're not keeping things moving.
Yeah, I don't
with
think
salaries.
anyone's advocating for that, just
Okay.
to be clear.
Okay.
Just to be clear, CD has a recommendation of 15 to 17%. That's why we took our aspirational policy. We all are in agreement, we need to balance everything, to just be clear. But we keep getting into the danger zone because we have almost no reserves. So I think that's the point of, here we are again, just getting out of it again. It's an extremely painful process. That's what I'm saying. We need to be mindful that when you run your tank with 2 ounces to empty, you're gonna hit empty, like over and over again. So that's
Well, and
my
we
point.
probably can't expect another $3.8 million to bail us out, so that's probably not going to happen again.
That said, we can also, project those points where we're not going into deficit spending. We can when we are doing our analysis, we can do projections ahead and figure out what those sweet spots are to not go negative. And
basically,
again,
that's part of the reason why I brought to you those the areas where we are.
Yeah.
That was really
Spending.
helpful. I'd love to, at some point, not to next, we don't have time, but to understand, the transportation costs a little bit more, but we can follow up on that later.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
The special ed, I know it's a tough one, because most of that's legally mandated. Yeah.
And I'm
I know
following-
transportation too, that's part of special ed, basically, so.
And I'm following up on a request also about getting the cost at each one of our campuses.
Thank you. Yeah, that's something we talked about. I appreciate that.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5.
I will note that we have the CUSD fiscal update and San Mateo County Office of Education fiscal oversight item here. There is no presentation presented with the positive budget certification tonight. We leave this as an information item. But Dr. Contreras, do you have anything to share?
But it's just to reiterate, the purpose of this is to continuously bring up the board to the notion that we will need to continue to be vigilant of our spending commensurate to the number of students that we serve, because our revenues for salary increases are from these funds, And I would ask Kevin if he wants to address the board.
I will say that you continue to face ambiguity in this district. I will remember that the last time that we negotiated a salary settlement, we overshot, we overspent, we overestimated, overprojected. We're caught short. It put us in a tailspin, back into the roller coaster, flipped back into local control funding formula. This is a terrible time for districts up and down the state with the loss of COVID relief funding, labor arrangements in so many districts, as Ms. Lane had pointed out earlier in the evening. This is a time when, as uncomfortable as it can get, and as difficult as it is, we have to show great constraint. In April, we'll learn more. We are in mediation. Of course, the potential step after mediation could be fact-finding. The potential after fact-finding could be strike, and yet we have to continue to err on the side of not doing what we did before, which I have promised Mr. Baltima that we will wait until we can get an AB 1200 passed for any kind of agreement we could ever reach. But I just want to say it's 1041. We didn't present a fiscal update on this because we thought that we had some green letters here that was good news, and we wanted to leave it as a placeholder in case we come back in months ahead and the projections are dip.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Item 4G, adoption of resolution 324, 424, and 524 for certified employee reduction, seniority order criteria, and list of seniority.
Thank you, and I'll try to make this short. You have a memorandum. It lays out what you just read, the adoption of 3 resolutions, basically talking about a reduction in certificated employees. That is a 4.8 FTE, full-time employees. You have a resolution listing those employees, not by name, but by position, 2 kindergarten through 5th grade, at the middle school level, 0.2, 0.4, 0.4, 0.4 FTE. You can think about this as periods. At the high school, 1.4, basically done out in sections with a total FTE reduction of 4.8. And the resolution talks a little bit about, how this happens. This is something that we have not done in some time. So you have particular kind of resolution, particular kind of service resolution, 4.8 certificated layoff employees. I would like to entertain a motion and a second and ask for that and a vote on this resolution first so that we can do these resolutions individually.
Asking for a motion for each one?
Yes,
or
I
all
am.
collective?
Yes, I am. I'm asking for a motion and a second individually on each resolution as a matter of order, just so that we make sure that for the minutes, we have each resolution motioned and seconded and voted on, because there are 3 resolutions in one item.
All right, I'll make a motion on 5G1. Motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Oh, okay, can I do all 3 at one motion?
Well,
I think he's saying
I'm
separate.
trying to do it individually
Yeah,
in
those are
case there's
saying
any
separate.
dissent.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, Kimberly? Vote?
Yes.
It's
He
a
said-
roll
yeah, he
call,
said
yes,
one.
for each one.
I made the motion, she made the second. 5G1.
5G1.
It is the resolution 03-2024.
03-2024.
That is correct. It is
Aye.
also known as 5G1.
Kimberly? Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
Mary Beth? Sophia?
Aye.
Passes 5 to 1.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry if I seem short. I'm trying to get this done because of the time frame. Do you have a comment on 03-2024?
My comment is, it makes my heart sad when I see us cutting arts and music type sections without having a kind of a longitudinal, clear plan from elementary to middle to high school. And I just think it's something we still need to work on long-term.
And I will respond by saying that these cuts were worked with school administrators based on the same parameters and rationale laid out in the budget and what we have talked about for months with this board about fiscal stabilization plan, about staffing commensurate to need. And once the high school was able in this position to provide what their needs were, and the visual arts teacher also at the middle school, while I understand the concern, and I would say the same, I feel the same about English language development and kindergarten through 5th grade, but these are recommendations by principals based on commensurate of student need. But thank you for approving the resolution. I appreciate your comment. Trust me, none of us like to do any of these cuts.
Yeah, I don't like losing science teachers either, so I don't think.
But it's a longer term, it's a bigger conversation.
But
Thank
again,
you.
it's the declining enrollment, right sizing to declining enrollment. At some point, they got to level it out, and the principals are the ones we lean on to do that.
Okay, the next one I would be basically Resolution 04-2024, and it lays out the certificated layoff tiebreaker criteria, and it's another thing we must do by law, and it provides you a resolution of the different ways that if there was a tie because of experience, how you would order the termination, and there it is.
So
and then
moved.
after, so that would be.
Second.
Thank you.
Who did the motion, sorry? Kim? Okay, and Mary Beth. Ready to vote? Kim? Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
Mary Beth? Sophia?
Aye.
4-0.
All right, and Resolution 05-2024 is accepting the seniority list, and this is something that the HR department personnel developed. You have Exhibit A, and it does not list it by names. It takes pains to list them by numbers, employee numbers, and it provides you a seniority list for all of your certificated staff, but it would need to be approved to make sure, and it has been shared with CUTA. It's information that was garnered with CUTA to check seniority. And so we would entertain a motion and a second to approve Resolution 05-2024, the seniority list.
So moved.
I'll second.
Ready to vote? Kimberly? Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
5-0.
And finally, 5H, adoption of Resolution 062024, authorizing reduction of classified services. You'll see there that we have 3 classifications. This is 3.0 FTE, and I would entertain a motion also to, and a second, to pass this resolution so that we can reduce these 3 full-time employees. You would need to put in a comment, yes.
I just wasn't sure if I can't remember the public comments before or after the motion. That's why I didn't, motion first, that's what I thought, it'll come after the motions. Okay. I'll make a motion.
Second.
And now we open public comments.
Thank you. My name is Ronaldo Visaliza, as you may know. I am in that position of the first position, which is the bond construction manager. I'm very disappointed that the district has chosen to give away all of the bond work to an outside firm when I was hired originally to do that work. And so my work is ending now, and I've been told that there's no more work, and there's no more projects, and there's no more funds. Well, the bond funds are still there, very much so, and they've been given to an outside firm. And so that I would ask that your board vote on this, but defer the vote until you have some idea of what's happening and what's going to be happening in the same time frame in part of the summer and following up. There's a lot of work to be done internally, as Dr. Jesus has spoken about, and the fact that there's a transition in administration will also be an impact on the work that needs to be done just for follow through. Now, I have worked for several years now at the district. I've built many projects at the district, and I would like to continue doing that because I have a passion for it. I love what I do, and I really enjoy the environment that both teachers and faculty and staff create. So I would appreciate if you would defer that idea of canceling my position at the end of June until you have some more information about what's being done and how we can do it better. That's all I ask. Thank you.
I guess, Mike, I just have a comment that I think we just need to be careful of a March 15th deadline. Otherwise, we got to wait till next year, March 15th. I guess my only concern.
Explain that to me. I'm sorry, I'm a little confused.
Well, like we had to give the notices before March 15th. That's why we're doing this now. And then if we don't do it now, then we have to wait till next year, March 15th, to do it again. Correct?
Does that make sense, Lizette?
Does that make
That is correct.
Like you have
This
one
is your,
chance a
this is
year.
your opportunity to make the reduction. It's March 14. And all staff have been advised by our HR department or by their supervisors of the intention. This has been noticed.
Quick question, are union partners in the loop?
They
on
are,
these
they are,
These conversations
they
as
are.
well, right? So like
They
for
are.
all the certificated stuff, you had conversations with CUTA. For all the classified stuff, you had conversations with CUTA?
Ms. Forrester did, yes.
Okay.
And and principals or Ms. Forrester have spoken to the employees referenced, the 4.8 classified full-time employees and 3 classified employees.
Thank you.
No more comments? Ready to vote? So this is resolution. Kimberly? Carmen? Lizette?
Aye.
Mary Beth? Sophia?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
And we pulled item 5I from the agenda when you were discussing the agenda earlier, and it is 10:53.
Future events, March 22nd is staff development, minimum day. April 4, Kings Mountain Elementary Open House. April 10, Hatch Elementary Open House. April 11, regular board meeting, CUNY Intermediate School at 6 p.m. As I said at the beginning of the meeting, this is our chance also to think about upcoming agenda items and potential listening sessions. My suggestion, and already picking up on some of the things we've talked, I don't know between now and the next meeting if we would do a study session, but I'll look in the next couple of months for when we might do the Measure S and Measure M review. Does that sound reasonable, Sophia?
Can I make a suggestion? Sorry, because this is an informative item, we need to add a discussion item, so we need to amend the agenda. So we need a motion and a second to amend the agenda and add a discussion item as a future planning.
Okay, I had asked Sean originally if I could talk about upcoming,
Just to keep
for,
it.
with
to
future
keep it-
events.
Yes, that's true. A discussion of agenda, you did bring it up, I think.
Microphone. I make a motion to amend the agenda for a discussion
For future items.
for future items.
And I second it. Aye.
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 Thank you, Rosie,
Thank
for
you.
keeping us
I'll-
on track.
I will make sure I'll work with Rosie and Sean to get the right language to have these conversations. And I know everybody's tired. The next meeting, so a couple of things coming up. April 17 is when we will be meeting as a group for resume review for the new superintendent. April 28th is our date for doing interviews. April 13 I would suggest, that was the day we were going to meet with Leadership Associates, and perhaps that would be, I'm just kind of looking around, if you guys keep the 13th open, we could potentially have a Saturday board session just for team building and discussion on kind of how we're doing as a board and values that we want to carry forward as we go into the selection process. So the next board meeting on April 11th, would a couple of people like to participate in a study session, not a study session, but just listening session in the hour before? Just be here early to talk to public. I know your schedule doesn't let you do that.
I would, if I can try and see if I could arrange something.
Okay.
Maybe coming early and leaving early.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind.
Okay, and and if somebody has, it doesn't have to go through me, but anybody who might want to go have that opportunity to make themselves available to talk to the public, now's a good time for us to do it and just make sure that we are available, and that if people in the public have a request and would like one or two of us to be available for a listening session, especially as we're going forward and looking at what the community wants to see in a superintendent. And if they're not part of the Monday meeting, that we're available. So just trying to, not fully articulate there, but work towards those values. And Carmen and I will be here on Monday to listen for the teachers' listening session, and we'll stay through the community comments. So with that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
On Monday, you were speaking about coming Monday, the 18th.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Kim and Carmen will be here for a listening session on March 18. Kim is inviting a listening session from 5.
Microphone.
Kim and Carmen will be here on March 18 for a listening session at the Cunha Library that's scheduled. April 11, there will be a listening session from 5 to 6 p.m. with 2 board members to be determined. On April 13, what is proposed is a potential Saturday board self-evaluation session.
Yeah.
And I captured that correctly?
Yes, thank you for being more articulate at this hour than I am.
And that's all right, it's 10:59. I'm thinking right on, we're this close.
Kim, on April 13th, so we're reviewing applicants 9 to 1, so you want to do it after that?
No, I will have to clarify.
Can I just ask Rosie, follow up on the schedule? Maybe can you guys work together, because we got to adjourn. It's 11 o'clock.
Understood, but for that clarification, there was a request to move it to the evening of the 20th. And I thought Peggy had sent something out.
A holiday for all staff, so it will be hard to have someone there because it's a holiday.
The
And it's
20th
on
is
the
a
break.
holiday?
Uh-huh. It's during the spring break, and it's a Friday holiday.
Oh, yeah, it's at the end of spring break.
Mm-hmm.
Let's work together.
It's 11.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
We're adjourned, and I will work with Peggy, because it's a...
Wait, did we vote to adjourn already?
No, I made the motion.
Okay, I'll second. I'll second.
Well, I'm glad we had this conversation.
Aye.